Hello, everybody. Welcome to Worm Hole Junction Live. We are out in the garden today. We've got the bees going absolutely bonkers here. We are gonna check some bees out today, folks. Let's see what they got going on. See how close we can get to these guys. They're very busy today. It was a little cloudy and rainy yesterday. They didn't seem so active today. They're just going absolutely nuts. Whoa! Oh, these bees are always coming at me. Got a lot going on in the garden today. We're going to get into all of it, but I'm going to wait for some people to pop in. Got a few people watching. If you're watching, let us know where you're coming from. I am in my backyard. Check out my new mic stand that I've made. It's super dope. Got to remember talking to the mic though. Anyways, so we're just checking out the bees for a few minutes here. Might even take this top off and show you guys what's happening. If you guys want to see bees, say bees in the comments. All right, we'll try to get this lid off without them biting us. We'll see how that goes. All right. Have to put the mic down, but I'll try to speak loudly. So we got the double decker going on now. All right. So the bees are really starting to work their way up into this new set of frames I made, which that I didn't make, sorry, I put in. Not that crafty. They're kind of filling out the bottom ones, so we figured we'd just give them lots of room to move into. And they seem to be really happy. They don't seem to mind my computer sitting right in the middle of their hive. But yeah, they're very busy bees. And we've been catching them bringing in pollen, but today it has been a lot less pollen delivery, I've noticed. So I don't know what's going on. Maybe they've run out of a pollen source. So you can see the white sacs on their back legs when they come in. Let's see if I can get you down even closer here. Oh, bees are not liking the camera. All right, we'll leave the bees alone for a minute, but yeah, they're pretty chill, honestly. For the most part, I haven't had any kind of bee issues. Just gonna put this lid back on for them. All right, they're back in their house. Everything is irie with them. Sorry, bee guy. Hello, worm man. Sorry, bee guy. Nice, swimming zucchini flowers in my garden. Yeah, no, the bees. I don't know where they go, but they are always coming back with pollen. I try to have flowers in the garden, but I actually don't think it really matters. Apparently, they travel up to 1 kilometer away. So, yeah, I mean, oh no, sorry, 3 kilometers. They can go up to 3 kilometers. They usually stay within 1 kilometer, but yeah. So here's our potato palace. So this has been an ongoing project of ours. Hope you guys can hear me all right out there. Basically, this was a experiment, and the goal here was to try to get them to grow at the bottom, and then I just buried them as I went up, and I just added in these branches from the yard, and a couple of them popped off because I didn't secure the top one, but it's been going really good. I just keep topping them. I'm pretty much done now because it's about a 90 to 100 day cycle for these potatoes. So I think I'm going to have a lot of potatoes in here. So I'm fairly good on doing this, but I've been topping them like you would take a clone from a plant, cannabis plant, and then just planting them. And like almost all of the things you see are tops that have been replanted. Hey, I'm Missouri, Ohio. Nice. Cool, man. Thanks for popping in, Grow and Grind. And we got Sean Elm. Thanks for coming in, man. Ohio. Okay, we got a couple Ohio boys. Awesome. So yeah, this is the potatoes. I haven't really dug around in here much. I hope can you guys hear me okay out there? I got a new mic set up, so I just want to make sure I'm coming through clean. If not, I will play around with my mic setup a little bit. So down there is my wormhole too. So I put these on all my plants, and essentially this is where all the magic happens. We feed these every week, which I will be doing today. But let me just see if I can find you some. Oh, there's some other kind of things in there as well. Interesting. Let's see if we can find some worms. Yeah, we got worms. There's a big one. This big old worm just hanging out, but that's still a red wiggler. It's just a super adult one. You can tell they're red wigglers because they have this little band on them. They have like a tiger stripe almost at their back legs. This one's active too, very jumpy. Hold on one sec. I've just got confirmation that the sound is good, so that's awesome. So yeah, you can actually see on these guys, see that little band? It's called their clitellum. No joke. And basically that's where the cocoon comes out of when they lay their cocoons once a month. So every adult worm could make about 4 babies a month. And one of these cocoons, 4 pop out. And I can tell this has been a really active bin because it's the only one connected to the yard. And look, these worms are massive. They're totally been hanging out for a while now. So they know where the food's at. I feed them in these bins. They wander around. I can see the birds having a field day out here. They've been going to town on the worms. They hang out on my fence. The robins especially, they know the wormhole better than anybody. So we try to keep the worms happy, keeps the birds happy, keeps us happy. Grow and Grind, thanks for stopping by my live Friday. Appreciate the support. That's great, man. Well, hey, we're a community here, right? So let's hop up and help each other out when we can. Love to see other growers in here, man. And I'm going to drop the link in if you want to pop in and show me your garden. I would love that. Let me see if I can do that while I'm out here right now. Still new to some of this, guys, so bear with me. All right. Put that in the chat. Anybody wants to pop up, today's the day. We are looking at gardens. It's a beautiful sunny day here in Southern Ontario. So I'm going to try my best to show you guys all the things I'm up to today. I got a lot of work on these plants, and I'd love to show you guys what I'm up to. I'm not in mine thunderstorm. I'm actually working on prepping for dinner. Maybe next time. No problem, Grow and Grind. Yeah, we'd love to have you up, man. If you want to like actually come up and like do a longer thing, man, hit me up on email, and we'll set up a more like planned out thing. But I really want to make this a channel for all. So yeah, wormjunction@gmail.com if anybody wants to email me with any questions or they want to pop up and plan something out. So just going to show you guys, this is my compost pile plants. So we got these 2 girls that came out of my compost pile, as I always throw, old weed out. And this year I actually had a few pop up. These are the ones I kept, and it was based on a guy who came into the comments, and I always forget his name, but he's a Jamaican dude. I can't remember his name, and I'm so sorry. It's like TS something. He told me to keep them, so I kept them. and they've been awesome. They're doing great. They both started to show their pistils, so they're both female, which is dope. I had no idea. They still might be hermaphroditic because I actually remember a lot of the weed I threw out, they hermied. So we're going to keep a close eye on them. But that herming could have come from a number of different things. So it might not actually be the seeds that are doing it. But anyway, so today I got to cut out a few of the bottom branches on this because it's getting a little bit crazy. So we'll trim it up a bit. Probably just going to do it by hand right now. This is a big old compost pile behind here. And so it's going to be a really moist situation. I'm gonna have to take that off with scissors, but that's okay. This lower branch, it's not gonna make it out for me, so I'm gonna pop that off. Probably gonna leave these sort of side branches out here because I'm gonna put a big netting. My goal is to throw a netting from like the ground up to the top and kind of over it, and I'm making these into arches a little bit, so they're gonna kind of come up and go over. So I think one netting will do it. I'll just go over the top, and I got to clear out this compost pile in the next few days. My other compost bin right there is completely done. All of the compost is cooked and ready to hit the garden. So it's time to transfer that stuff back there, which is just a whole bunch of new compost, just stuff from the yard, stuff from the kitchen. Get it in there, which will probably give me another compost massive amount of compost by the end of the season, which I'll probably find a place for it, and it will clear out this whole back area of any kind of water trapping and everything. I haven't fed these plants a damn thing. They're just living on compost, living that compost life. They're looking lovely though. I got to take out this sort of like bushy stump thing back there, which is harder than it looks. It's a big stump and it's pushing the fence over. So I got to cut that out, fix the fence. But I want to clear this area up. I might even leave the hole for airflow, actually. Maybe that's a good idea for this season at least. So that's a big project. Might get into that today. And then we've got the two plants here. So this is the bubblegum kush, which is looking lovely to me. Got some comments about how it's not big enough. Come on, man. How much weed do I need? Check out this stalk on this bad boy. I mean, I know you all have seen probably large trunks and stuff, but for how big this plant is, it's not that big. It's basically that wide, like it's a big old trunk. So it's sucking up nutrients. Look at this, like side branch is bigger than a lot of people's plants. So I trimmed it up pretty good, lollipopped the heck out of it, and kind of figured out what tops I want. Yes, this is the man, TJ Massa. Thanks for popping in, buddy. And I wish you lived in Canada. I'd just send you what I make from it. It's pretty much your plant. So he's the man who got me on to keeping the compost queens. So shout out to TJ Massa. Thanks, buddy. I wonder how tall the freebies would be if you weren't worried about the height. Yeah, honestly, they could be. I mean, right now, if you use me for scale, I'm pretty much at the top of this plant right now. It's also on an angle, so it would definitely be my height, which is 6'2.5" and this fence is an 8-foot fence, so looks like trash, I know, sorry guys, but that's what I'm working with. Anyways, it would be a monster, but basically if I poke you guys over the fence here, you see we got a pretty busy road, and we got some scallywags and riffraff and all sorts of nasty things going on back there. So don't want to encourage the people to come over. I'm honestly already thinking about sleeping in my backyard in fall, so we'll get into that as we get into it. But yeah, compost queens are looking good. So the bubblegum kush is really starting to flower. Just try to get you guys in on a close-up here, but if you kind of like look really closely, let me see if I can zoom in. You can start to see that they're getting some white hairs going, and these ones are a little bit further ahead than the thin mint, which is over there. And this one, I think, based on what the indoor is doing, it's going to be basically 70 days, 65, 70 days. And so that puts us right at the end of September, which is actually great because the swamp grows bubblegum kush. But yeah, the green on this stuff is beautiful. I have not given these plants anything but worm castings since the beginning of the season. I just gave them the first bloom feeding, which was only given because I spilt some of the fertilizer in the basement, so I just wanted to use it. But I've got some slow release bloom formula by a place called Black Swallow, which is a really, really cool living soil business out of they were in Brantford. I think they still are, but they have a new facility, but they sell really good soil. And they also have a bloom formula fertilizer, which I'm going to be putting on. I'll show you guys that, but I will also show you the wormhole because why not? So all my worms are the powerhouse for this plant. They're planted in 50% castings to start with, 50% pro mix, and then I got this worm farm in the plants. They got a lot of weed leaves in there right now. I feed them kitchen scraps. I feed them anything I got really, but beer grains. Anyways, there's lots of worms in there just kind of crawling around doing their thing, and they're really happy. Honestly, I was a little bit shocked at how well they're doing. If I dig around the plant too, they pop up kind of all over the place. So these bins are all perforated. And here, try to get a close up of this. This is a cocoon. So this is what they actually come out of. This one looks like actually has a baby right on it. So here, I'll try to zoom in on it. Test my camera skills. So this little guy has got, sorry, let's see if we can get it going on. It's a lot harder than I thought. Hold on, let me see if I can do it like this. Okay. So I'm a one-man show, guys, so sometimes it's hard. So you can't quite see it, but it's like a little, it looks like a popcorn kernel. And essentially that's what the worms come out of. So that's every one of those that comes out of their clitellum. I showed you that little band around the worm's neck. So they can lay one of those a month. Now, I can't really tell, but I think that one's already sprouted. They actually follows the same thing as cannabis. They kind of start yellow and like clear, and then by the end, they turn amber. And so this one's pretty amber. Anyway, so point being is that they're making lots of babies, and they know that this is a dope zone. They will not lay cocoons if they don't like the environment. So sometimes people do their worm farming and they fail at it because they don't make the right environment. So that is the key. Guys, take a look at my community post when you're finished. Posted a land race my cousin found growing wildly at the back of his workplace in Jamaica. Let's go. That sounds awesome, man. I will definitely check that out. Hey, Brad's here from Australia. Brad, nice to hear from you, buddy. I put the link in there. Anybody wants to pop up, always love checking in with you, Brad. TJ Massa, you want to pop up here? That'd be cool, man. How tall are your plants? Well, if we're going from like the actual pot to the top, I'm going to say probably about 3.5 feet. There is a rule here in Canada about like 4 feet tall plants or something. Not that I really care about that, but honestly, I don't really want massive plants in my backyard because I got so many scallywags in the neighborhood. I might get a little bit crazy with it next year, but generally when I'm not trying to impress, this is about the size of plant I want. I literally try to grow for just myself. So, there's not a huge reason to have huge plants. But yeah, this one's probably like 5 feet wide, like the top. And I'm trying to bring it out on this sort of like this rectangular shape. So it's a little odd looking if you look at it. It has a big gap right in the middle, but I've just been pulling out the tops. And it's almost like two separate plants now. But this one's looking real good. You can see the Lollipopping looks fairly clean. There's a few I might take off. A couple of these smaller branches don't think they're going to quite make it, but I wanted to get most of it off. So yeah, that's some of the plants. I'll show you this wormhole too if people are hanging out. You guys like worms or what? I'm going to scare you away with some worms, or you're going to be down. Don't be afraid, people. It's okay. 6. Nice, man. Mine are 12. I have 3. I have 12 feet tall plants, dude. How do you trim your 12-foot tall plants? That sounds like a lot of freaking work, man. Dangerous work, possibly. I'm all about low to the ground so I can actually maintain them. But nice. I do it for fun. That's dope. You know, it reminds me of, I don't know if you guys watch Mendo Dope, but those guys are fucking cool. And back in the day, they used to grow. They did this one grow where they just cut every side branch off the main stalk, and they grew like a 25-foot plant. And it was just one straight shot, and then they turned it into a mic stand, which, as I can see from some of their most live or recent live stuff, or like stuff they've been doing with music, they're still using the same mic stand. So kind of inspired to maybe do the same thing with my compost queen. So, but on that note, actually check this out. So I made my mic stand today. I took a branch from the yard. I didn't like the boom. The boom was driving me nuts. So I looked up tripods, and they were like too much money. I was like, I actually kind of want like something natural. So I took this fence post cap, took a branch, and I stuck this on here because now I can put my camera stand in there, so the whole thing kind of travels as one unit. So now it's in the mic stand. Anyways, I'm getting creative out here, folks. I think it's dope. What do you guys think? You think it's cool? Weed Tree God, you subbed to me. I can't wait to check it out, man. I can't really look at it right now, obviously, because I'm up on here. But thanks for subbing. And yeah, people, if you're watching and you haven't subbed up, that'd be dope if you could. I'm like, I think I'm like 12 away from 4,000, which, gotta say, I'm a little sick of 3,000. I'm very happy with it, obviously, but it's been a slog to get through 3,000. So if you guys can help me out, that'd be dope. Yeah, that mic is cool as hell. Yeah. Thanks, buddy. Love the creativity. Yes. I spent far too long working on it right before I came on this live, and then I freaked out about not getting everything ready. Anyway, so we'll go into the wormhole here. Maybe I can actually put you guys in the wormhole. What do you guys think? You want to go in the wormhole? Okay, let's see if we can do it. I'm going to stick you in. Okay, you're in the wormhole. You're looking at what they've been eating. So it's some cannabis plants. That's zooming. Okay, let me see if I can get you on the sides. So here's the sides. You can't really quite see that well, but the roots are really growing into like the pots, like right down at the bottom of these things. These wormholes, the roots are like actually quite thick. Let me see if I can get you some hot pictures of some worms here. Give you some of that worm porn. Let's see what we got. Oh, not a lot right now. Oh, here's some couple. So they're just hanging out. You can see actually on this one, we were just talking about the clitellum. Look how swollen this one is. It looks like he's ready to pop. You know, like, so okay, let's check that out. So you guys can see how like big it is. So he's ready to bust out a cocoon and start a new family. Oh, there's actually 2 of them here. So they're both chilling. And this is what they do when they get adults. They really like to slither around on each other because that's how they exchange their DNA. They're all asexual, I guess you could say. They all have like all of the reproductive organs they need. Oh, here's another cocoon. Let me see if I can zoom in on that one because that one's actually a little bit earlier. Okay, yeah, you guys see that? That is as close as I can get. But that is a cocoon. So that one's actually fresh. So that one has some babies in it. It was just sitting on the lid. Doesn't seem like the best place for them to be laying their cocoons, but that is what it looks like. And so there's like actively worms up in there, baby little worms, and they squirt out the top. It actually is like the same size pretty much as a cannabis seed, and they squirt out the little hole at the top. So anyways, yeah, these worms are chilling. And like I say, I feed them everything, but pretty much all of the lollipoppins and everything, I either feed them here right into the hole, or I feed them down in my basement, which I'll take you guys down to a bit. I had a big crack in the stem right at the early part of the season. So I have this pipe cleaner, which is actually kind of corroded. So I'm going to take this off actually right now because it's looking a little bit tight. Hard to do these things with one hand. I could use my dope mic stand though. Anyways, so this is now like pretty much healed up. So I can pull this off, and I have this little hammock for that branch. So this metal thing is like literally holding the branch, and everything seems pretty solid now. So I'm just going to try. It's really hard doing things with one hand, guys, it turns out. But I like the challenge. There we go. I just ripped out this wire. It's holding its form real well. So yeah, this really split up, and I tried to dry it out and do everything, and it finally really sealed up. But it doesn't look like it affected the plant too much. So anyways, you know, a little too aggressive with the training early on. And then I got a raccoon visit that just took the branch out. So, okay. Nice mic stand, man. Love the creativity. Thanks, guys, for coming in. Weed Tree God. I love that, man. I'm going to check that out. Okay, that's pretty much caught up on some of the stuff out here. It's a hot one here in Ontario. I tell you what, man. We are looking at some like 30, 35 right now, or it feels that way. Anyways, maybe I'm wrong, but just in the sun, it's cooking me. Awesome, man. Well, I'm glad I got my mobile game a little bit figured out. Finally got the internet pumping to the backyard. I'll show you guys my cucumbers, which are looking pretty solid. A little bit nutrient deprived. I'd love to water them, but it's going to be hard in the live here. But all right, so this is my cucumber wall. So that's a trellis right there. Goes all the way up, and these are all from my my worm castings, and all freebies. So I just planted them. Definitely getting a little yellowing going on. So I just added compost. I just haven't watered it in. So I got to water that in. I got some flowering from formula, the slow release stuff I'll put on today. Might be difficult to do while I'm live though. So I might not do that, but they're coming along. We got a couple cucumbers coming in. At least they look like cucumbers. Sometimes they're hard to tell at this stage. Let's see if we can find one. I saw one. The squirrels just catch them as soon as they pop up. The squirrels come and get them. But my plan to outsmart them is to overwhelm them with the sheer volume of cucumbers. Sorry, my yard's a bit of a mess, guys, but trying to keep up. Here's my combination pear tree. This thing is dope. Basically, it's got 5 varieties, all grafted to a main stock right here. And so we'll be able to have different fruit on every branch. Now, this stock is actually something else, I believe. And I got a little bonus tree shooting out here. So we got a 6th variety. So that's really super cool. And the cool thing about this too, when you do it, when you get these combination trees, is they pollinate each other. Typically, you need multiple fruit trees, but this one's actually going to be able to pollinate itself, which is really cool. And great, because I don't have a lot of room back here or anywhere on my property for multiple trees. This is the combination apple tree. Same thing. They'll pollinate each other. It's looking really good. Haven't had any like mold pop up on it yet. Had to trim around it quite a bit to make sure of that. The stump loves to throw out little branches and stuff. Did you see my antique hoe? I have not seen your antique hoe. Oh, maybe I did. I think I saw the name. It's like 96-year-old hoe is what you I didn't know you were talking about an actual like garden hoe or just joking. Yeah, no, dude, it looks cool. What'd you do with it? This is my apple tree that I planted from seed. So this one germinated in my fridge. It's going pretty good. It's really susceptible to mold though. So I'm going to have to cut out these like lower branches, which I had left originally because I thought, oh, maybe it needs this extra solar panels. but they get like little spots of mold, and then they just travel up. I have like a spray for it, which I don't necessarily want to use that much. I've done a lot of work just to trim around this stuff to make it a little bit better. But yeah, I'll be taking this stuff out, this branch back here, and then kind of trimming up some of this stuff just to keep the growth up at the top. But yeah, I did that one from seed, and it's probably about 4 years old. So another couple years, and we should be making some apples happen. So we're getting ready for the long haul, folks. You know, want to make sure we got food when I'm retired. Gonna have a food forest back here. Okay, I'm gonna try to go inside. It might flip back over the internet, but I'm still with you guys. Gotta show you the cat though. Want to see a cat? Hey, Cleffy. Cleffy the cat. He's super cool. Very friendly cat. You can't go outside though, Cleffy. Go back in. Cleffy's a great cat, but he loves to escape. All right. I'm going to show you guys my clone station here. Taken probably about 12 clones last week. And this is just, I'm going to start breeding. So I need to get some feminized seeds going on with some silver colloidal. So these were just 4 or 5 cuttings of each of the Thin Mint and the Bubblegum Kush. So I will be switching out my indoor grow in about 2 weeks to just basically be a grow for the purpose of breeding. So we're going to get into that. Some of these are actually starting to make a little bit of roots. So this is like 2 days in. A lot of people like doing clones different ways. I love using this thing because it's just super easy. You can see the little white kind of like nodules forming where the roots are going to pop out. I don't know if you can see that. Anyways, so these are doing pretty good. It takes about 2 weeks. No fuss. You just have to make sure the water's pH and clean. So I'll switch it up once in a while. I'm loving this mic. This mic is working out perfectly. What do you think, Sam? You like it? Sergeant Sam's here today, or Sergeant Wormhole. I should say Sergeant Sam. Sergeant Wormhole's here today, but she's got work to do, unfortunately. So maybe she'll grace us with her presence at some point. I water every day, even with this high temperature. I don't want root issues this late in the season. Yeah, man, I do the same thing. Try to water every day. And we don't have, I don't know where you're at, but it's not too hot, especially at nighttime. It cools down quite a bit. All right. Right on, everybody. All right, so we're talking about gardening, folks. Anybody want to pop up? Uncle Lad, you want to come up here and show us your garden, buddy? Love to see some people's gardens here. I will show you guys the worms in the basement, but I want to wait a little bit. Usually I keep that for the midway point to the end. Oops, sorry, guys. Okay, so other things to talk about. We went to a cool Canna-Fest yesterday. That was, what was it called? Canna Crawl? Sam? Yeah, Canna Crawl. And met a lot of really cool people. They had like a live glass blower who was making really awesome pieces, mostly for like shatter kind of rigs. But man, that stuff is so fascinating. As I was watching them for quite a while. So we're going to actually have one of those guys up hopefully this weekend coming up. If you guys can make it on Friday, we're going to have him do some glass blowing, which I think is pretty cool. Maybe not something I'm going to get into myself. Sounds like you need a lot of equipment for it, but they invited us to come and like check out their shop and maybe go live from there. So that would be pretty dope. We got so many free samples. I wish I could actually show you guys what we got, but don't think I should be showing too many products on the computer. Let's see what I can get though. I'll promote these guys' cookies because they're just cookies. But this guy, his grandmother makes these cookies and he sold them to us, which was so cool. And money goes to his grandma who needs the money. So that's pretty dope. No, Cleffy, you're not allowed to be a part of the live, buddy. Also got these sweet brownies. Always love supporting the grannies out there in the world who are making stuff for us to eat. I cleaned her up and made a handle much like your mic stand. Man, I honestly, there's so many handles in the woods for shovels. I don't know why anybody ever goes to the store to buy a shovel handle. Just grab a branch, jam it in that shovel. You're good to go, man. Multiple shovels like that. Won't show you guys the name, but they gave us all these free gummies as well for just showing up. It's like $10 each, and we got $30 worth of stuff walking into the place. So really cool to connect with people in the community too, and met a lot of people in the Ontario scene, which I haven't really gotten into meeting a bunch of people. But man, there's a lot of cool creators out there, cool people making various products, woodworkers, glass blowers, people doing the growing, people making other things. So very cool to connect with the community a little bit yesterday. We actually had plans to do a live at some point yesterday, and about 2 hours being there, and we were ripped, so it wasn't gonna happen. We had a lot more fun chilling yesterday. So, hey, Blunt Force Burner's in the house, buddy. Blunt Force Burner, buddy. We want you to come up here and show us your garden, man. Blunt Force Burner always keeps his cards close to his chest because he loves when people come check out his channel, which you guys should do. Please check out Blunt Force Burner, Uncle Lad, OD Grows. I checked out your channel too. It's super dope. Enjoyed your talk with Moonbeam. Yeah, man, we had a blast. Moonbeam Charles, very cool dude. For anybody who missed it, I mean, it's worth checking out, I think. Not to toot my horn because I didn't really do much as far as knowledge about seeds, but Moonbeam Charles, he knows a lot. And he did lay it down pretty easy for people who want to get started. And totally inspired me to get going. So he's going to be sending me, oh, nice. Blunt Force Burner is going to come up in 20 minutes. Let's go, Blunt Force Burner. You'll be our first person up with a grow, presumably. Brad was our first guest, but we'd love to see the garden, man. And it's a good time of day. We don't have to worry about nighttime and all that stuff. Be great to connect with you too, man. We're both in Ontario. Love your plants. Anybody hasn't checked out Blunt Force Burner, I have a feeling everybody in this chat has visited Blunt Force Burner and subbed up already. And if you're not, I highly suggest his content. Very well laid out, super organized dude, really clean grow, knows a lot, all organic. But yeah, really nice hanging with you guys on a Sunday. Just finished raining. Oh, it's not really raining here, so don't know where you're at, man, but assume not that close. I really want to grow in one of the creeks or waterways in New Orleans, but man, I'm scared of running into gators or snakes, and I've run into some big snakes here. But but man, it would be so good. Yeah, I don't know how you get around one of those. Maybe you get one of those bear suits, the ones that they use for going into bear country. You can't just go out there with this gator suit on. Nothing will be able to chomp you. Or maybe you bring some kind of like chicken or something, like some animal you can just like throw and get them away from you, man. I don't know. That's wild. Personally, I wouldn't be doing it. The worst thing I run into, oh, you're near Hamilton? Blunt Force Burner. I'm near Hamilton too, man. We're in Hamilton. You got to come hang out, man. I want to come check out your grow too. So hopefully you'd be cool with that, just to see what you're up to, man. Such a small world, man. A lot of people in Ontario doing this, and it's really cool to connect with them. Margaret, who we did an interview with, the edibles queen, out towards Peterborough. There's a few other people I've been talking about. Smoke a Fatty with Maddie. He's in Wasaga. Ramul, I believe, is in Toronto. who's a frequenter of this channel. So maybe it's like a geography thing. Maybe they push this content out more locally than I think. But either way, man, really nice to connect with everybody. Yeah, dude. Well, the swamp is a thing. You obviously got to worry about humidity and mildew and all that stuff. So I don't know what you do down there because it sounds like it's probably humid all year round. But for us, the humidity really kicks in September and October. August is pretty good. You start to see some powdery mildew pop up if you're really lazy in that time of year. But if you can get into September, you're usually pretty okay. So bubblegum kush is supposed to be done like 20th of September, sometime around there. So I'm hoping I'll kind of make it past the finish line. But that'd be something I'd keep in mind, is maybe getting something super mold resistant. And maybe if you're worried about the gators, just get out there one day, however you can, and just come back at the end of the season, see if it's still there. Minimal visits is what I'm suggesting. Nice. Blunt Force Burners at 800 subs, man. Well, anybody in this group, if you haven't checked him out, hop over there, help him get to 1,000. That would be awesome, man. We support each other here. Myself, I'm about, I think, 13 from 4,000. So anybody who's not subbed up, would love if you did. You could be the 4,000 sub. It's possible. And how great would that feel? I'm not really great at the self promotion, but I feel like I probably should try. So if you guys do the things, the likes and the subs, that's all good. We're just out here having a good time, though. We don't really care too much about that stuff, but we do appreciate y'all. Cool. So we got a lot of cool people in the chat, man. I've seen people in St. Elizabeth, Jamaica. Let me throw this up on the screen here. I've seen people in St. Elizabeth, Jamaica, doing the same thing in the back river, making mounds in the river and planting on like little mud island. Yeah, it's called cannabis or something like that. Somebody told me what the name of this type of growing is. Chimantas or something. Anybody know what I'm talking about? I'm going to look it up. It works well. I mean, you really just got to worry about the chinampas, stationary artificial agricultural islands built in shallow lake beds, famously used by the Aztecs. And they rely on the Aztec Chinampas guide on. Yeah, so they basically did that for millennia. So this is a well-known thing to do. So yeah, if you guys haven't checked out this guy, check it out. His name is NorCal Greenish Thumb. I'll try to see if I can find his channel and throw it up in here. So this guy is in Northern California, I believe, based on the name. And he has a stream grow, which is doing really good. The guy's dialed in and the plants are massive. So I'll see if I can find that right now and pop it up here. There we go. Here we are. Let me see if I can throw this one up. He's a good dude. Really like his channel. He's got a great radio voice too. Yeah, so he's got a really cool creek grow where basically, yeah, he's got the plants in Rubbermaid bins, and they're elevated out of the creek about an inch, and he's got them on like wooden blocks, but you can see the roots growing right down to the bottom into the river, constantly growing. So that's pretty cool. Damn, 4K subs almost. I know, we're so close. It's like, and I've been it's been kind of like slowing down. I think I got most of the people who are easily interested in this kind of content now we're getting down to it, folks. But I appreciate everybody that's come in, especially those who've been hanging out for a while. Yeah, I really appreciate all the support. It's been completely overwhelming. I think when I started really focusing on this March, my goal was like 300 by the end of the year. So we really made it happen. Hold on one sec, guys. Sorry, guys. I'm looking for my a weed vape. But yeah, so we're working away here. We got lots going on. Like I said, the Canna Crawl was super dope yesterday. Blunt Forest Burner, did you not check out Canna Crawl? It was like right in our neighborhood, man. It was really cool. Okay. Awesome, man. Well, yeah, so for people that didn't check out the interview with Moonbeam Charles, dude's living up in northern BC, and I've been to this part of the world, like where he's literally from, and it is far, far from everything. He's even from the closest town, he's another hour away, and we're talking like a few hundred people in the community he lives. He's got a really short grow season, so he has been breeding autos with photos, trying to get something that will be done fast enough, because all of the photos there will never make it, basically, is what he says. Like, they just do not finish in time. So he has to do autos, which I think is a really interesting breeding stream. Like most people are doing autos for a variety of reasons, but like this is a really real life situation of outdoor growing where breeding would be the best way to get the thing you need. He says there's nobody up there that grows otherwise, because it's just not possible. So he took it upon himself to come up with a bunch of strains that are early finishers. So he's going to be sending me some, which I'm excited to try. And especially with the guerrilla growing, I think this would actually be a cool way to experiment with it, is just see if I can get this stuff done before any mildew or mold problems, and just try out a bunch of stuff. Um, but yeah, if you haven't checked it out, I think it'd be dope to do so. 35 minutes from Hamilton. Okay, yeah, you're pretty damn close, man. Well, we're gonna have to hang out, man. Cool, man. What else is there to chat about before I show you guys these worms? The worms are calling, folks. I have to feed them a incredible amount of food. I have tons of beer grains down there. I've got some chicken feed as well to give them, to get them the calcium they need. Well, they don't really need calcium; they need grit. But my plants need calcium, so I put the chicken feed in. So I'll be doing that. Also, just started another worm bin, so I got to feed that one. I got to check in on some of the worms. Got to clean out some castings. I got a bunch of castings that are ready that I could be using. So I got to start getting the worms out of it, deworming it, I guess you could say. Yeah, Moonbeam's location. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, Moonbeam's location and terroir is good for my location. Need to be done early in October outside. Awesome, man. Where did you say you were coming in from, Spinny? I think you mentioned in the beginning of this, or maybe I'm wrong. Um, yeah, very cool place, man. I used to tree plant up in that area, very remote. We're talking, I think it's about 15, 20-ish hours from Vancouver, or like, the lower mainland, I guess you'd call it. And really backwoods, super country, super western, very beautiful mountains and open plain type looks. It's on the leeward side of the coastal mountains. So it is somewhat of a dryish area, but it's damp in the fall, is what he was saying, and it gets pretty dang damp. Oh, Washington. Okay, cool, man. Yeah, that's not far off. Some people love growing autos. I've done it outside kind of a couple times, and it didn't really work out great for me. They finished in like early July, and they were like that big. So, um, we got Sergeant Sam in the background here helping me out, folks. Ocean grown Washington. Very nice, man. I love Washington State. Beautiful place. I used to live in BC for a long time, and go down to Washington, Bellingham, get down to Oregon, Northern California. Freaking most beautiful places in the world out there. The oceans, mountains, trees, volcanoes, waves, snowboarding. Just literally everything to do. Oh, gardeners, my people. Yes. Welcome, habitual hobbies. Thank you for popping in. We are your people. I was just out in the garden, so I'll pop back out, show you guys what's up out there as well for anybody who's just popped in. But we're going to go down and check out the indoor grow that I got finishing up pretty soon. I'm just kind of making sure we got all our ducks in a row here. Gonna go feed our worms. We got worms to be fed. Very hungry worms. They haven't been fed too much. I've been running out of food for them, so it's getting a little bit tough around here. I played rugby in BC and surf Vancouver Island. Yes, Vancouver Island. Tofino is where it's at. I used to go to Tofino, skip school, go out there, surf all day. I was terrible at surfing. I still am, but man, it's beautiful out there. All right, you guys want to check out the indoor grow? I'll on in 10. Okay, well, you know what? Let's wait for Blunt Force Burner because he's going to show off his beautiful plants. You guys should stick around for that because if you haven't checked out his plants, they're really something else. He's really it's kind of aggressive training, but also not like because he does it all the time. It's just perfectly supported. He's got the trellis netting really well set up. He's got a lot of room in his yard, so it doesn't seem like he'd be having too many problems with mildew. I was going to ask him about that. What is history with mildew and the issue? I know in this spring when he planted, he had a huge flood. So I was curious if that's something that will become an issue for him. But otherwise, he's got a really open yard. He's got 32 feet of netting from end to end on the yard and plants spaced out beautifully. So if you hang out, you'll get to see that. We'll get to have a good old chat with him. Missouri Gardener here. It's so hot right now. Oh man, I feel for you. That's tough. We don't got AC in our house. Unless you're a plant in this house, you don't get an AC. We prioritize the plants. So the sergeant doesn't love that, but you know, sometimes we gotta do what we gotta do around here. All right. Well, thanks for hanging out, people. I hope you're in it for a little bit here. We're gonna go at least a couple hours, maybe a little longer if people want to hop up. Should message some of the people from the last chat. We were so deep in conversation with me and Beam Charles that we really didn't pay attention to the group chat because we were just too in love with each other, I guess you could say. We were just talking to each other about each other's stuff. So apologies if you did want to come up. I saw a couple people want to pop up and we just weren't even noticing. So yeah, we'll be on it today. It's just me. Actually looks like it's about to rain out. Another thing I was going to mention, I don't know if you guys saw Morgan Freeman starting a hemp farm. I want to check this out, read it to you guys. Let's see if we can find it. So this is the article. Let's see if I see it here. News. Morgan Freeman calls for marijuana. Oh yeah. Man, who knew that he did a bunch? I'll snort. He says, "I'll eat it, drink it, smoke it, snort it." Okay, Morgan Freeman, let's go. He wants to legalize it across the board. I saw something about a hemp farm though, which would make sense. Yeah, he converted his 124-acre ranch into a giant. Oh no, honeybee sanctuary, even better. Okay, not hemp farm, but he does love weed, so he's turning it into a giant honeybee sanctuary. That is awesome. I don't even need more reasons to like Morgan Freeman based on everything he's ever done, but then also he loves weed apparently, so good for him. And now he's like all about the honeybees. Man, maybe we should get Morgan Freeman up on this. He'd be awesome. What do you think, Sergeant? Yeah, okay. She'll be on getting Morgan Freeman on the show. That'd be great. That'd help us get above 4,000 subs. Okay, so Morgan Freeman, 81-year-old celebrity, decided to convert his 124-acre Mississippi ranch into a bee sanctuary. You love to see it. Freeman's foray into beekeeping began in 2014, where he discussed his new hobby with Jimmy Fallon during the Night Show. Okay, blah, blah, blah. He only just kept taking up beekeeping a couple weeks before that. Okay, so he's been at it for like 12 years. I guess it helps when you're loaded and you can just make people make beehives and stuff on your property. I wonder if he actually does any of this stuff. Maybe he does. Seems like he's pretty into it. There's a concerted effort for bringing bees back onto the planet. We do not realize that they are the foundation, I think, of the growth of the planet, the vegetation. Well, I couldn't agree more, Freeman. He imported 26 beehives from Arkansas to his ranch in Mississippi. There, Freeman works to feed the bees sugar and water. He feeds them sugar? Not supposed to feed bees sugar and water, and has helped planting bee-friendly magnolia trees, lavender, clover. That's dope. Freeman added that he never wears a bee suit or a bee hat, and they haven't stung him yet. He only feeds them and has no intention of harvesting honey or disrupting the beehives. Damn, Morgan Freeman is really impressing me right now. What is this? Trump, this is like a separate thing, but I should talk about Trump. Trump administration lifts ban on bee killing pesticides. Why? Why would you do the EPA has highlighted colony collapse disorder as a primary cause for the decline of bees over the last 5 years. The continued decline of bee colonies can lead to a number of ecological and agricultural issues as bees play a role of key pollinators for plants. Last fall, the Trump administration rolled back bans on the use of bee-killing pesticides. The ban prevented the use of neonicotinoid pesticides, neonics, which have been linked to declining wild bee populations around the world. The combination of these pesticides and insect-resistant GMO crops have led to widespread deaths of bee colonies. God, why? It's like everything the guy could possibly do to screw everything up. If you're from the States, sorry that you have to go through some of this stuff. If you're a fan of Trump, that's okay too. But, man, leave the bees alone, bro. There's no need for that. Okay, Blunt Force Burner is up. Hey, Blunt Force Burner, can you hear us?
Hey.
Hold on one sec, buddy. I just got to grab my headphones. Sorry, I can't quite hear you yet, buddy.
Can you hear me?
Ooh. Can you hear me? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me, buddy. All right. Well, they can probably hear you, but I can't. So if you just want to tell us a little bit about what's going on, I'll get my headset figured out while you do that, okay?
Yeah, this plant right here is the Mexican flan. About 6 feet wide, 5 feet, 6 feet length, and 5 feet wide.
Beautiful. Can you hear me? I can hear you now.
Okay.
Nice, man.
And then
great.
I mainline my branch.
Yep.
So there's my main stem all the way down.
Yeah, tell me what's going on there. That little like wooden thing. Are you using that as like a way to low stress train them early on, and then basically that just keeps them like from being able to bounce up?
Yeah, because all these little all these little bamboo sticks were there just to train these outer branches. Because when I bought the plant, came as a clone. So you have that main outer stem there, and then here's my 2 side branches.
Mm-hmm.
And then I bent that all the way down, and then these side branches I bent all the way down too when I trained it. But I trained it downstairs for about a month, and then I transplanted in May 23rd. But I had severe root shock for about 10 days. The plant almost died.
Root shock from? What was it? What was it? Because they were like spiraling when they were from the pot, or what was just because they were a large plant when they went in, or what do you think the problem was?
I'm not too sure because every year I've never had this problem. And so this is the first year I had the root shock, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to water it because the pot was still wet. So it wasn't the watering, and it was just all the stems were turning purple, leaves were turning yellow and falling off. They're like pretty much dead.
Wow.
So what I did, I found Root Rescue on Amazon, and it's like a mycose, but normal mycose is only activated by the root signal. So when you put it on like your root ball, your plant sends a signal down the root. Said, hey, there's a root here, so the mycos will attach to that root and make symbiotic thing.
Yeah.
But my roots weren't sending any signals because it was dead almost. So I found this stuff called Root Rescue, and it's a wettable powder, and as soon as you wet it, it completely activates instantly. Within 2 days, my plant was back to normal.
Wow, that's amazing.
And so this right here is this is a wedding cake. She's really bushy out.
Yeah.
I just did this last training today.
Beautiful.
And then my 2 smaller ones. This is the White Widow. They're on rims.
Oh, you put them on rims to keep them off the moisture of the
That
ground?
too,
'Cause I saw you had-
and it makes it the same height as these big ones. So I don't have to lower the whole netting right down and try to get underneath of it.
Gotcha.
Plus now I get the root pruning.
Right.
But
Yeah, that
years
makes
ago,
sense.
I used to plant right here, right in this back corner.
Mm.
I have 2 little divots right there.
Mm-hmm.
I dug 2 holes about 4 feet deep, 3 feet around, packed with brand new soil. These plants were huge. This is back in 2019, I think, 20.
Hmm.
And it rained in July, and it rained for almost 2 weeks. And because I'm all in clay, which I didn't know, it was my second year of growing, so I wasn't too, I was a newbie at it.
Right.
And the plants were getting bigger, greener, beautiful looking. And then it kept on raining, but they still look good. But then 2 days later, I came back from work, and they're completely just all yellowed and died. I saved one. I got half a pound off of one.
Oof. Because they were flooded,
Yeah,
basically?
the water was right above the hole. It was like a big lake back there.
Damn. So,
So
question: do
I
you have
decided,
any?
what's that?
Oh, so you decided to move, to the other spot?
Yeah, so I moved it right in this, because our property right here is like, it leans down this way
Hmm.
and leans down this way. So this whole
Ah,
center is the highest part. So any kind of rain that goes off to each side.
so it'll shed the water. That's pretty cool, man. Do you have any like humidity issues in the fall, like as far as mildew and bud rot and things like that?
Yeah. So I get a little bit of mildew. So if it during the flower, I use just peroxide and water.
Mm-hmm.
And if I get bud rot, what I do is I'll pick out that bud that's rotted out, and I'll pick out 99% of it, but you'll never get the whole, like all the spores. So
Yeah.
what I do, and it works for me, I put a pure peroxide in a spray bottle, and I'll literally spray that affected area where I took it out, and you'll literally see it just foam, just like on a wound. It'll
Wow.
foam up, and then I'll rinse it off, and I'll do about 2-3 times, and that bud doesn't rot anymore.
That's awesome, man.
I just
So you've
nick
come
out
up
that
with some-
the bad part.
You've come up with some tricks for the challenging Southern Ontario falls, eh?
And then what I'm going to do, because right now they're about pretty tall, but I'm not going to train anymore, meaning I'm not going to put them straight down
Yeah,
anymore.
you're gonna let them grow up.
I'm going to let them grow up, but on a slight angle. So this branch right here, I'm going to let grow like this. But I'm going to have about 3 more layers of netting, because I got these things right here are probably about like 7 feet tall.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So I'll put maybe a layer here, and a layer there, and then I'll gradually put the stem up on a slight angle, almost like an upside down chandelier. So it's by the time you get to the top, every top will have its own little square.
I see.
Because the netting I'm using is a 3.5 by 3.5.
Yeah, I like your netting. Mine's a little bit wider, I think.
Yeah, I got this not bad deal. I did the math, and if I had to buy like the normal 3 bags of netting, $20 for 3 bags, and how many layers I'm gonna do, that's why I went and bought 5 foot by 265 feet of roll netting for $60. Because what else I'm
Not
gonna
bad.
do too? I'm not just gonna do just layers. There'll be a wall all the way down
We got
and
the
wrapping
sides.
the whole
Yeah.
thing with netting. So once these tops right here come out like this outside the netting, I'm gonna have a wall right here of the 3 by 3 the same, so I can still
That's
train
perfect.
and put these out so it still separates.
Everything's cut at the same length, presumably, right? Too, so you can use it for multiple years.
Yeah. I can just this stuff right here is a one-time use inside. It's almost impossible to take when I break it down.
To not cut it apart. Yeah.
But the wall I can still save and still use a bit. But $60. My budget, what I usually do is I budget for about $300.
Oh, smart. I don't know if I even make a budget. Just go for it.
I go by how much can I buy if it's $30 an ounce, and I get like 5 pounds right here. That's 81 ounces. 81 times 30. That's $2,400, $2,500 I'd have to spend if I just went out and bought it. So
Right.
if I spend $300, I'm still saving $2,100 by growing that much.
I mean,
That's how
for the
I.
fun, for the entertainment value too, you'd go and spend $300 for entertainment. Like it's like nothing.
Yeah.
So it's great. No, I love the math, man. That's great. So you've kind of got it dialed into what the costs are. I kind of just go for it. Most of the time I use a lot of the stuff I used previous years, but I love the professionalism of your setup, man. I love the 30, it's 32 feet across, you said?
30 feet across and 5 feet wide.
That's awesome, man. Well, it looks
And
like it's going well.
I use living soil. I got mushrooms. Where are they? I got mushrooms all grown out of it because all them. I have an overdose of microfungi because when I first transplanted, I used 1 cup, a full cup of mycorrhizer, like the granular. There's a couple mushrooms right there,
Oh, nice.
and they're popping out everywhere.
Have you
But I
checked out
use
what kind of species it is?
it's just the fruit from the microfungi.
I see. Makes
Because
sense. Yeah.
I got a lot in there. So when I transplanted, I put in 1 cup of mycos on the bottom through the root ball. But like I said, it was dormant because my plants were like, I have no signal. But once I
Right.
put that, and then I double dose. You're only supposed to put 5 milliliters of the root rescue, but I put 10 because these plants needed a big jump start. And once I did that, they just took off. So now
So
next week is what's
are
that?
you going to use that stuff next year no matter what? Like even if you don't have any
Oh
root
yeah,
problems?
100%.
Yeah.
And they're going on the vegetables because
Nice.
right here there's 6 tomato plants in the 20-gallon pot. 6 cherry tomato plants. Last year I didn't do that, and they fought with each other. So
They fought with each other.
one plant would always die, but because they're hooked to the micro system, they all connect to each other and they all talk to each other now.
Oh,
So now,
damn.
if they're all green, one plant's starting to go, it'll suck out nutrients and divert it to the other plant.
Wow. Man,
And
you're
then
getting
next
to
week is
the deep levels here.
my top dressing, my first bloom stretch top dressing.
Mm.
So I already got the ingredients. I got 1 bag of Pure Life worm castings, 20 gallons
Nice.
or 20 liters, and Gaia Green bloom. And then what I'm going to do is
Beautiful.
I'm going to put in 2 tablespoons of blood meal. It's not a slow release; it's a quick charge. So within next week, it's going to do a stretch. So it's going to use up that nitrogen really quick. So I want that nice boost.
Cool.
But I don't want to put Gaia Green newts in because there's a slow release, and I don't want a lot of nitrogen in after the stretch is done.
Are you using the bloom formula or the general purpose?
Bloom.
Okay.
During
Okay.
the first top dressing, I used the Gaia Green veg and bloom.
Gotcha.
When I first amended the dirt and back in April, when I let it cook for 4 weeks, I put a lot of like 4.5 cups of in each bag, 4.5 cups of veg, 2.5 cups of bloom, 1 cup of blood meal, 3 bags of perlite, 2 bags of compost, and 1 cup of lime dust because all these pots all the dirt's 5 years old.
Right.
So it has all the old root systems for all the other plants. So it's like food for the micros. So I kept all that in there and let it cook. And then my first top dressing was back in July 1st. I did 2 cups of veg, 1 cup of bloom, and then this feeding coming up is just going to be 3 cups of bloom with mix. What I do is I mix all the dry ingredients into the worm casting first, and I'll mix it up completely perfect. Then I'll put it on, and then I'll put the straw on top to cover it. Because if your sun bakes the top of your plant, your soil, well, those microbes can't do nothing. They just die. So once I put that straw under it, it could be baking out here. It'd be nice and dry near the stem because I don't put it near the stem because I don't want stem rot.
Yeah.
But the outer, it stays moist all the time.
Yeah, no, that's the way to do it, man. I kind of have avoided because I had a problem in the past with leaf septoria. I don't know if you've ever had that before.
Yep, I had that last year.
Oh, that
My
stuff
whole plant.
sucks.
Well, what happened is this plant over there in the corner of the tree right there. it has full of it. But
Oof.
last year, the raccoons kept on climbing up on our roof.
Mm.
So I had to cut the tree down, part of the tree down, which put the spores everywhere, and it fucked my plant up. This one, not
Yeah,
this
no
this
kidding.
plant on this side right here. It just ate it away, like leaf everywhere. But this year, I'm
Ah,
not touching that stupid tree. It can. There's no spores moving out anywhere, and there's
yeah,
not one sign of leaf satoria on these freaking
perfect.
plants anywhere.
Well, I think honestly having the living soil really helps. Like I think that you know when you have the soil moving and eating and kind of moving around. I personally, I'm not sure if that's 100% true, but that's what I think. I think it helps
Yeah,
it a little
yeah.
bit protect it. But anyways, one of the reasons I stopped using like too much organic material on the surface was because that's basically how I got it in the first place. I was doing an outdoor grow, but it was in the ground, so it was a little bit more hard to you know manage like what was coming and going. But anyways, that
Mhm.
ruined the garden, my outdoor garden for a couple of years. So I just said, fuck it, I'm gonna. So with my setup, as you know, I got the worms in there, so they're making the living soil constantly. So even if I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
top dress with straight soil so that it just makes that layer of like, okay, well, this is like non-organic material at the top and all the
Mhm.
organics are below because I'm not trying to create a slow drip of it from the surface. I'm just like my worms are basically doing the work for me, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. When I
But I
first did this,
respect your approach for sure.
I put about 50 worms in each pot right here at the very beginning.
Mm.
So when I when I did the last top dressing, I pulled it all back and I seen a bunch of worms, so they're still in there alive.
Oh yeah, if there's organic material, they love it. This if you want them to thrive, you do have to feed them. That's the thing because they live on 50% actual food, like nitrogen, like
Oh,
scraps and
okay.
stuff, and then 50% organic material. So when you do that, it's going to work, and the worms will survive. But if you want them to like multiply, they will
Hmm.
only multiply in a place where they think that there's food available for them to build a colony. You know what I mean? So sometimes I've
Yeah.
done things like that, and you'll see that they're not as active. But as soon as you start giving them even just like a little bit of food once a week, something nitrogen, they'll be like way
Hmm.
happier. And then they'll start making eggs and babies, and like you'll then get a population. But maybe you don't even want to do that. Just that's just my approach.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, this plant
That's
right here
cool, man.
yesterday was only to here.
Wow. So it's going through a big growth spurt, probably from all your crop or
Well,
your lollipop.
on Friday I pulled all these back and I did one last good stretch.
Yeah,
Near the end of the season, these will connect, not at the very bottom right here, but they
yeah,
will go like this.
yeah,
I'll
yeah, yeah.
tram that way and that way.
No,
But
it's
yeah,
perfect, man. That's kind of
I
what
did a
I'm
really good
doing. Yeah.
lollipopping on them. I took about 30% of the whole plant.
Hmm.
I have a video
Did
of
you?
it. There's a lot I took off.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw it, man. Did you check out my lollipopping? Do you approve?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a good, it's a fun time. Lolly. It always feels kind of hard or bad, but then you wait a week and the damn thing blows up.
Oh, once that lollipop, literally 2 days later, my plant was double in size.
I got a question for you in the chat here. Somebody, habitual hobbies. She's asking, do you struggle with any pests? I think I know the answer because I have the same situation, but I'm going to let you take it.
The other day, about 2 days ago, I had those little white things. Not aphids. Are they aphids or
Aphids? I don't
not
know.
aphids? They're little white dots.
Mm, okay, not
They're not
mites.
not spider mites. Oh, what's that called? They're not aphids. The other ones.
I'll check it out while
Aphids
you're
are
talking.
long. Ugh.
I'm looking it up while you go. Anyways, you had them. Wait.
Well, what I did, I have bug me gone, but concentrated. So I did my big spray. I did all underneath the canopy, all on the top. But I only left it on for 48 hours because I don't want that neem oil on my leaves and it blocks the pores.
Mm,
So what I do is I coat the whole thing on the bottom to the top, soak it. 48 hours later, then because once you put the neem oil on, it only kills them when it covers them, it smothers them, it kills them. But
mm,
after it dries, it's a useless thing anyway. So now your leaves are more shinier. Suspect it can be burnt more easier on a hot sunny day.
right.
So that's why I always wash my plant after I neem oil,
Good call. I see.
and then like
Um,
it doesn't cover up the pores. You
white
don't get that
flies
shine.
where are they white flies or I said I see mites or white flies, so that's the only thing I see on the internet about
They
what
might
it
be
could be.
aphids then, because they're not green. They're a little white thing. I have
Mm.
to check it on later on. I'll put it on chat what it is, but I know what it was.
Ah, If you do have
And
aphids, one of the good tips I've had is like you just spray them with cold water from your hose and it blasts them off, and they really don't recover very well, especially
oh
if you're
no,
outdoors. Yeah, especially if you're outdoors, because there's like, as long as the population isn't absolutely huge, then
hmm
something will like naturally take them out. But you just use cold water and like not blast it, but like, make it a little aggressive and it will actually blast them off and kill them. But that looks like you got a good formula for like a wide range of pests. I personally never really get pests. I don't know if it's a thing about like my area or the living soil or whatever, but I haven't had a pest problem ever. I don't know
what
if
I
you've
usually
had
try to
anything.
do at work, I'll try to find like I'll tell anyone that I work with, hey, if I find a praying mantis, grab it.
Hmm.
You find any kind of praying mantis, especially a female pregnant one, grab it,
Yeah, stick it on the plants.
and I'll stick it on the plant and it'll live there for the rest of the whole time.
Yeah,
The only thing I
well,
know
that's the
that I don't have
thing.
a bad population of bugs. I don't see a lot of ladybugs.
Right.
Last year, I had a
Yeah.
shitload of ladybugs through a whole plant, so I know there's bugs on it, but they were doing their job.
Yeah, well, those are the good ones. Those are the ones you want. But that's the thing. I think if you're growing outdoors, and I think it's Ontario as well, because one of the things is we have really harsh winters, and a lot of people growing on YouTube, anyways, are coming in from like California and places where it's hot all year round. So their bugs are worse, I believe, because
hmm
I haven't had the same issues. Like I haven't had mites, I haven't had worms, I haven't had anything really that I would say was a big problem. Like anything that happens usually is taken care of.
Yeah.
But good question. She's saying here mealy worms. I've never had mealy worms. Have you had those?
Nope.
Yeah, I did one outside grow a
Do you
few
bud
years
wash?
ago, and there was so many cabbage moths and caterpillars. Yeah, where are you coming in from? Habitual hobbies. I'm curious. What was your question, Blunt? First,
Do you bud wash?
like at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, if I get powdery mildew for sure. If I don't, then no.
Oh, I always
I just
after powdery mildew or not, I after I blood bud washed for the first time, I'll never go back. The water in that absolutely gross because I use 2 to 3 cups of peroxide in a big tub of water, and then 2 freshwater tubs. I'll
Mhm.
dip the whole thing right in there and leave it in there for maybe about 30 seconds, and you'll see white crap, bugs, dirt, fuzz, everything you can think of all comes because it's drowning, right? So the bugs come out of the bud. They
Yeah.
literally all come out of the bud, and you have all these little black things all floating. And then what I do is I hang it, and I have a fan on direct, like 4 or 5 fans, right, directly blowing on it for only about an hour and a half, just to get that initial moisture of washing off.
Hmm.
Then
Hmm.
I raise the fans, and then I just get the air moving downstairs. But when I hang it,
It's a
I
good
have
idea.
about like
I'm gonna do that.
6 lines. What's that?
I'm gonna do that this year. I usually just don't do it out of laziness, but I think you just sold me on it. So
Oh, the water. Like last year we did it. I had to switch the water out 4 times for just one plant. It was black, the water.
ooh,
It was
that's
absolutely
nasty.
gross. And ever since that, I can't go back. Just knowing that I'm smoking whatever's in that bud or the dirt.
So what's your okay? So you told us a little bit about your post game plan, but what do you do? So you trim this all by hand? You get a trimmer? Or I mean, 5 pounds, man. I know it's like great for math and everything, but shit, you got to work so hard for like a month straight. Do you have any? You just dry it all out? You dry trim it as you go, or what's your kind of plan post grow?
All right, so this is what I do. A lot of people will get a little bit about it, but I've never had a problem. Is after I bud wash, I'll hang it. I don't take any leaves off. I take all the main like the big fan leaves all off when I start before
Hmm.
I harvest. Like, but if I know this plant's gonna be done next week, I would take out not all the small leaves, but all the big fan leaves. I'll wipe
Hmm.
out, and then I'll let it just sit there for a week. So now I get a little more light into the buds, and then
Hmm.
when it's time to harvest, I leave everything on every leaf, everything, and I'll just chop it. I'll bud wash it, and then what I
Hmm.
do is I hang it all. Once I hang it, I go down there every day, and I have a dehumidifier. The AC's on all right up to November, and it gets cold in the house, but I gotta keep the ladies cool so they don't
Yeah.
dry out too quick. And then once they get dry, when I snap the stem and it just snaps, then I know it's time. So what I
Right.
do, but see now the outer, what I do is I chop every single nug off the stem into a bucket. But if I put it through my, and I don't use my hands because my hands will be crippled. So what I do is I have a trim bowl But I don't put all the dry buds in the trim bowl now yet, because now you wait until that stem dries. The inner of the bud still has moisture, but the outer of the bud is still dry, like has like a dusty to not dust, but dry.
Yeah.
That's why you cure your buds and you burp it and all that to bring that moisture out into the bud. But if you put that dry bud on the outside into your trim bowl, like the bowl that you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Okay, you will dust your pot. You'll dust everything. All your buds will be dusted. So what I do is after I cut off all the nugs and leaves, like the leaves will be stuck on it, I'll cut off all the nugs into a big bin. I'll put 6-7 pieces of bread in between all the buds, and I'll put the lid on for 12 hours. But in between, I'll mix in the buds up, mixing the buds up, putting the bread in there. So after 12 hours, that moisture is on the outside now. Not a lot. It's not like soaking wet. You're just putting that moisture just back in just a little bit. So now when you put it into your trim bowl, you're not dusting it. So when you're trimming, all the trimmings go back into the bottom, and then you have a nice manicured bud, and it's not completely dusted because it's on the outside. It all has nice moisture, but you have to do it as soon as you after that 12 hours. You gotta get it all. You gotta get it all done. You can't just I gotta do it tomorrow. But now your pot, the buds will be dried out again. So you have to redo the process again. So once it's all done, now I have not moist, but just a little bit softer bud. I'll put it into a bin and I'll have the lid on it, and then I'll burp a big bin, and I'll just keep on mixing it. Put the lid back on, mix it, and keep the lid off for about 20 minutes, like almost like a big burp, until the buds get nice and dense. Then I start to jar it. But what I do though is I'll grab every single plant that this comes off of, all the trimmings. It goes into a big 45-gallon bin, and I let it go bone dry for about a month and a half. And then what I do is I'll put it into a freezer to get nice and cold after it's pure dry for about 24 hours. I'll take it out, and I have this big trim bin that has all the micron, like the 150 micron, and I'll start scraping every single bit, and I'll collect every single keef. I don't waste nothing. I'll collect every keef. Last year I got 5.5 pounds of flour and 3.5 pounds of just pure keef.
Wow, that's amazing, dude.
So and then what I do is I'll bring it to my brother's house, and we'll melt half that, and then to make their hash, we'll melt half the rosin out of the crystal, and while that rosin's still warm, we'll dump half of that keef right back into the hot rosin. Then you mix it up and you mix it up and you mix it up, and it turns into pure hash. No chemicals, pure hash.
So you don't do bubble bags. You're talking about like a much more like direct means of making the hash, I think, here.
Yeah, because like we'll grab, like if I have like 3 pounds of keef, we will take maybe about a pound of keef. We'll melt it and collect all the rosin, but the rosin's all sticky and you can't move it around. You can't do nothing. It's a mess. So then we'll put it onto like a warm plate, just get it nice and warm, and we'll start adding pure keef to it, and then you roll into it. So that keef, that warm keef, melts that. I mean, that warm rosin from the keef melts the original keef, and it binds it together, and now it turns into a nice soft hash. So there's no chemicals, no nothing.
That's super dope, man. Is this something you're going to post videos about?
The hash?
Yeah.
Probably not, because it's my brother and all that.
Ah, I see.
He has the equipment for it.
I'd love
But I
to
will
learn
post the drying when I dry, what my drying room looks like. And it's not the best, but it gets the job done. I'll be showing the yield, the weight.
That's awesome, man. And so how long? You said it earlier, but when did you start growing again?
I started growing, like overall growing, or just this plant?
The cannabis.
Oh, growing this plant
like in general.
In general, I started 6 years ago.
6 years ago, man. Well, you've really come a long way. It looks like, man, you're pretty dialed in.
I don't grow indoors. I suck at growing indoors. I can only grow indoors just enough to keep these suckers alive for the month. My indoor,
that's kind of where I'm at as well.
My indoor setup sucks. It's only 350 watt HPS lights. I'm not going to put money into it, because that's why I try to grow as much as possible outside here. I go through about an ounce a week, so
Yeah, fair
84
enough.
ounces. If I can get 84 to 90 ounces, this will last me the whole season. So I'm still smoking from last season.
Nice. Are you down for some tradesies?
I'm not too sure because I really don't want to reveal my face and all that, because that's why I don't show my face.
I see.
'Cause
I see. I
all
see.
my friends, that if they see my face, like, oh, I know him.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
I wake up.
Well, we can mail. I'm saying like mailing. We can mail each other some samples.
Oh. Yeah, we can look into that. I'm not too sure how to do that. You have to show me how.
I think you just throw it in a bag and put it in the mail, man. It's not illegal.
Oh, okay.
Not
I
for
wasn't too
us.
sure.
Not for us. Yeah, you could do up to I believe it's up to an ounce in Canada.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we could send each other some samples, and I'll give you a little review on the channel maybe. Anyways, man, that's really cool. What's your plans? So you started this channel. What was it in earlier this year, right? Or were you going earlier than that?
No,
I don't know.
I only started this channel. I just got the full month, I think. So I only got 11
Wow.
videos out, 3 shorts.
You're doing amazing though for the content that you have up. That's crazy.
Well, my boss and a guy I met on YouTube too that just grows, OG guy. He they both try to, they might blunt get a start doing the videos.
Yeah. So they've been encouraging you. Well, there you go. It's a weird thing, right? When you get into this, because it was the same thing for me. I was just like, I don't know if I want to do this, But once you get into it, it actually feels a lot more doable, right?
Yeah.
So, what are your plans for the future then? You just kind of started this out. You're obviously shooting for 1,000, but do you have any kind of like goals as far as grows, or what's coming up next year? Anything new that you're going to be busting out?
Not really, because I can't really do indoor.
Right.
So I try to get as much as possible, and then back at beginning of April next year, I'll start doing videos again. With doing them this time, showing how I mend my dirt.
Mm.
Because I didn't make
Cool.
videos before that.
Dope, man. Well, that's awesome. You want to check out my indoor grow real quick?
Oh, I'll be out in a second. I got my supper's ready, so I've been called.
Fair enough, man. Well, I'll show you anyways. You can watch from wherever you're at.
Okay.
But man, really nice checking in with you, dude. And you're always welcome to pop up any point in the season. You want to just come and show us where you're at. And again, guys, go sub to his channel if you haven't yet. He's got a really, really dope channel to check out. But yeah, man, you're always welcome back. You just pop up anytime you want. Okay.
All right, no problem. Thanks a lot.
All right. Nice meeting you, man. Thanks for coming up. We'll talk soon.
All right, bye.
All right, that was dope. So cool to have Blunt Force Burner up, Ontario family here, and man, he's really dialed in with the plants. It's always great to see people who are pushing it, really coming up with different ways. No matter what comes their way, they figure out a new way to do it, and he's one of those guys. So it's kind of crazy. He's only been on YouTube for a month, and he's got 1,000 subs, and he's getting lots of views, and I can see why. The quality is there, and he knows what he's talking about. I'm going to show you guys my indoor grow now. Try to get the mobile unit going, see if the internet works for me down there. Got these new Bell internet hubs that I'm trying out. Anybody else wants to pop up? Come on up. We're just having chill Sunday, looking at plants. Talking to people about their gardens. Let's see if I can get mobile here. Right, we'll check out the basement. Got a big feeding to do for the worms right now too, so you guys can check that out with me. It's gonna cut out for like 2 seconds while I go downstairs, and then the internet holds out pretty good down there. Right on, right on. All right, Blunt Force Burner was our second guest ever on the show. Brad was the first. So anybody wants to pop up, I'd love to chat with you, learn about some new stuff that people are up to. Just gawk at your garden, whatever you got. Show you my plants, my one plant that's almost done right now. And then we'll get into worm feeding. So my basement is a bit of a murder zone, but try to get you into my grow here. All right. So we've got the bubblegum kush, just a small little plant, but great little test. We really wanted to try this out before we did it outside to see what we were getting into. Buds are getting really rock hard, still super green. So we have completely cut out the nutrients, and we are going to put some molasses in today. There's some bud action. I don't know if you guys can see that very well, but they're looking pretty nice. Not like gigantic buds, but really tight. And we still got 2 weeks left. Been having some temperature fluctuations, but it's been going pretty good. The temperature's been down in southern Ontario, so it's been easier to manage. Probably just going to get 2 or 3 ounces off this, but again, this is going to tide us over until the outdoor is ready. So we don't need this to last too long, but yeah, the buds are really coming up. So I got these little stakes as well now to like separate the buds from each other. Seem to be working pretty well. They were getting a little top heavy. So let's check out this side too. Yeah, so pretty much all worm castings. Only thing I added was flowering fertilizer for the last few weeks. But yeah, these buds are rock hard. Like I cannot squeeze them at all. So smell on them has been pretty good. Temperature in here has peaked a couple times though, and I think it took a little bit of the terpenes off, but you know what? I'm gonna take what we can get here, folks. It's middle of summer doing a grow indoors. It's not ideal. Anyways, I hope you guys can still hear me. Everything's good there. If you guys got any questions, I'm about to feed the worms. If you guys want to see some worms, let me know in the chat by just posting a worm or saying worms. I sometimes lose people with the worm feeding. So, but yeah, bubblegum kush is looking great. Cannot wait to try it. I've already tried a couple lower down buds a week ago, and they were tasting amazing. Very early taste though, kind of still quite grassy tasting and whatnot, but the taste of the terpenes was really nice. So yeah, that's the indoor girls. We got August 5th is kind of roughly when they're going to be done, so we'll keep a close eye on that. We'll move into the worming. Okay, we got a worm in the chat. That's enough for me to show the worms. Always requires at least one worm in the chat, just so you guys know. I'll get the lights on here. Worms like it dark, so I try to keep it pretty dark down here for them. We'll get some lights going. So I'll show you guys. Sorry, there's holes in my ceiling, all sorts of stuff, so don't worry about that. This is a wormhole, so you know you got to expect there's going to be some holes in the wall. So today I got beer grains. I'm going to be feeding the worms. The stuff is pretty fresh. I should have fed it to it yesterday, but they love this stuff. It's basically just what they use in the brewing process, and this is just what comes out. So it's to get the sugar into the beer. So this stuff's really high in sugar. The worms love it, and it doesn't break down very well. So it stays in the soil for at least 2 years. It gives you a really fluffy worm casting, which when you're making your own worm castings, that's actually pretty important, is that you have something that you can grow in. really dense stuff, it's really great, but you can't really put in tons of it if you're trying to build soil. So we'll get into it. Here's my mic stand for those who didn't see that at the beginning. I made this custom mic stand today because I was getting sick of that boom. So let me know if you like it. All right, New Mexico here, doing an outdoor grow this year. Cherry Punch F1 at 4 feet tall, and she's getting hairs. Let's go, Sean K. Vigil. Very good, man. All right, so we will show you some worms here. Oh, buddy. Holy smokes, we got a lot of worms on the side here. All right, check this out, guys. So they love to congregate up on the edge, and it's kind of not the best thing sometimes because they fall off. But as long as you catch them, oh, there goes one. I caught him. So here you go. These are probably about 30 red wigglers right now. And they, they're all adults. So what they're doing a lot of times when they do this, good Lord. So what they do is they're trying to mate, because these are all eligible bachelors and bachelorettes. So they come up on the sides and they squiggle over each other. They like the moisture there. They like that they can find each other, and they exchange DNA. So each one of them can make a cocoon every month, but they have to continually be mating with other worms. So I'm going to save a couple of these that have fallen into the crack here. No worm left behind is my policy. So I always rescue the worms off the floor if they fall, which is not very frequent. But we got worms, folks. We got worms. Okay, so that's that. So this is just some paper towel I put in here the other day. This is cardboard. They just break this stuff down. And I'm going to assume there's a big pocket of them right here. Oh, not right there. Maybe not. Okay, so we got some babies. Oh, this one's a little bit baby center, so it doesn't have a lot of the pockets of them. Oh yeah, here we go. Here's a little pocket. When they get into full-blown worm mode, it's just disgusting how many worms there are. Here's a little pocket of them. Oh, here we go. So there you go. They're just hanging out, and they need to eat. They are hungry. So I'm going to feed them right now. And to do that, I basically just make a trough, and I actually made a trough on that side last time. So I'm going to move them over. Some like whole eggs in here. I know everybody wants to crush them up, and that's good too. You should do that, but they're fine to just toss in. Worms eat them anyways. So I make a little trough. Lots of little pockets of them just hanging out in these big groups. To make a trough, I will use the beer grains right now. Let me see if I can bring that over here. Okay. Beer grains are right here. Let's see if I can feed them without everything falling everywhere. Okay, so you can be pretty liberal with this stuff, but one of the things you got to look out for with feeding them this type of stuff is that you can quickly create a hot compost situation. And if you do that, you get into making a very hot area that they will stay away from. They don't want it hot. They're not doing the same thing as your yard compost. They want the temperature cold. So you don't want to mix it in too much. You kind of want to just make sure there's lots of surface area for them to attack it from all directions. Just kind of bury it, and they will find their way into it. I'm actually going to give them a little bit more, because I'm heading up to the cottage over the next few days, and want to make sure they got everything they need to eat. So I'll do another trough over here. I freaking love biology. Let's go. So yeah, this is it. And this beer grains is free. I get them from a brewery local to me, and they typically, breweries don't give out their castings because they have contracts with pig farmers, and pig farmers demand that all of the beer grains are there, and they don't want them given away to people. But this guy who I get them from, he's like a super hippie, heady brewer, Fairweather Brewing. just outside of Hamilton. And he makes sure that the stuff's available for composters. So there's a whole bunch of cool people hang out at the back of the brewery. I met some cool people back there, actually, honestly. People who I still talk to, just hanging out at the compost pile behind the brewery. Shout out Fairweather Brewing for the free food for these worms. I bring them the castings for their business garden, which is kind of cool. Okay, so that was just feeding one bin. So I have many more to go. Now, this is a bin I just started. I showed on the last live how I actually count out the worms. But essentially, like, you make a pile of the worms on one side, and then you just take all the stuff from your worm bins and make a big pile, and then you just sweep off the castings. The worms dive down to the bottom to get away from the light, and as they dive down, they exit the castings, and you just keep sweeping it off. Literally, you can use like a brush, and you're left with a big pocket of worms. So that's how I started this bin. This is just shredded paper. And the last thing I need to do to get this bin really going is give it a little bit of food, which I'll do now. And I need to cut a piece of plastic that's going to fit perfectly on the inside of this. You may be asking yourself, do they escape these bins? They do not. Once the plastic is on, it's like right here, and it stays dry right here. They need moisture to travel. So they don't go anywhere. They just stay right in here. And this bin alone, $7-8 from Home Depot for one of these concrete mixers, and this thing will last probably 6 months of feeding your kitchen scraps through once the population is good. We've only got 100 worms in here, but the math is 100 worms. Sorry, probably losing me a bit on the audio. 100 worms every month can make about 400 new worms. A pound is about 1,400 worms. So roughly 3 months in, you'll have enough for a pound. They'll still be babies, but they grow up, and they take about 3 months to become adults. So the only thing I'm going to do with this one is give it a little bit of food, which I will show you guys if I can get my camera sorted out. Check out my electrical panel. All right, they really don't need much. So the amount of worm food that you're going to feed them per week is equivalent to the size of volume of worms you have. So basically, there's about a handful of worms. I'm just going to put that much food, and I'll mix it around a little bit so they can kind of get into it. And now this bin's probably good for about a week. And another important part of so I can cover this stuff up a bit. That's going to help you with just keeping the food the place they want to be. So that's usually what I'll do. And then I'll just add more and more bedding as I go. Cardboard, you can use coconut coir, you could use peat moss. All those things are expensive and not great for the environment, but you can do it. I just use paper, and then I use the beer grain. It's basically my carbon and my nitrogen, plus I use food scraps. So I'll keep adding to this, cut the piece of plastic. The plastic is also not only, it's basically you're trying to create a humidome here where you're keeping the moisture in. Even in the last day, these have dried out a little bit. You don't want that. The worms need to be in a constant state of damp, but not soaking wet. So you're just managing the humidity. So the piece of plastic is going to allow you to do that. You put it over top. If you need to fold it back a little bit once in a while to dry it out, you can do that. If you need to completely take it off, you can do that. Or if you really need it to stay moist, you can just keep it on top. And then it also stops fruit flies. Fruit flies fly into the surface, and then they have to fly out. The babies cannot get out if there's a piece of plastic covering the top. So you'll completely eliminate the possibility of fruit flies if you have a proper cover. Okay, so sorry about all my ramblings. I will move this bin, and I'll feed this one now. For those hanging out, thank you so much for hanging out today. So we actually got some worms on the top of this, so you can see I didn't even know they were there. So what happened there is that the bin that was over top has been there for 24 hours, and the moisture from the bin made that area wet, and because there's little air holes in here, and these worms crawled out through these tiny little air holes. So I got some escapees, but you can see they only hang out where it's wet. They will not go. This one's caught halfway in between. Can't get them in there. They won't go anywhere else. They can't. They like physically can't travel over a dry surface. So if they get out of the bin, you know, it's typically not a great thing because they could die. They will die pretty quickly, but they typically find a way to find water, like if it's on the ground or anything like that. Okay, so let's see if I can get this in here. If you guys are with me, thank you so much. Feeding worms, always a blast. Let me do this side so you guys can actually see it. Let me see if I can plug in a better light too. Sometimes the light being lower is actually better, I find, for visual quality, but this might help. Okay, you can kind of see it better, but again, it's almost like too bright, eh? Okay, so we're just going to feed these anyways. So just take a couple shovels of this stuff, toss it in, give it a stir. These ones I'm actually going to give a little bit of food to as well, because they haven't actually gotten any actual human food. So this is some corn. I'll give them a couple of those. Kind of love that stuff. Again, the stuff that they can't really get through. This is a piece of bread, more corn, muffin. Not the best food, but that's what we got right now. Also, I got a bunch of weed leaves from all the lollipopping outdoors. So we're going to feed them this too. They're going to be partying, party worms. So we'll give every one of those some of that. Then you just bring it back. Just want to cover it all up. Again, that's for the worms to really want to get into it, but also for fruit flies. You don't want to leave your food uncovered. You don't have to be too particular about it, but you just got to make sure they're all covered up. And the babies like really love to get onto things. There's tons of babies in there. Any of those white squiggles you see right in here, they're all babies. So you got to be really careful. So that's why I always tap the trowel. But at the very end, I wash it off and then I add that water to the bin. So no worms left behind. If you guys got any questions about worms while I'm up here, let me know. I can ramble. I can ramble about anything. I just need to know what to ramble about. All right, so we got those ones done. But yeah, it takes some time, you know, like it's one thing I'd say about worm farming is if you're trying to get into it and you want to do it, you got to just commit to it. You got to give yourself time every week to feed them and pay attention to them because they're really low maintenance once you get them going. But if you are not dialed in on it, you'll kill them pretty quick. So try to not do that. Okay, so this one I actually just fed. Okay, so this is cool because you can see how the babies are getting into it. So this one I actually did give them some beer grains a few days ago, and it's really hard to see, but the babies are really trying to get up in there. Let's see if I can show you anything like that. So you can see let's see if I can get you close up of it. Okay, there you go. See those babies? So they love the beer. They love the beer grains a lot. So you can actually, sorry guys, I'm trying to do too much here. Yeah, they love the beer grains. So the babies are the ones that really get into it and just devour it, but the adults like it too. So this one's already basically fed. But I double fed this one. So this one's good. The only thing I might do here is add some of the leachate from the bottom of the bin. So I will do that. So this is the stuff that comes out the bottom. And there's actually some worms kind of kicking around in it because they escape out the bottom. So I add it into the top. You want to always keep this stuff moist. Because I grow cannabis in my basement, the air dries out. I have a dehumidifier going, so water is really the big key for us. Got a bit more over here, so just add that back in. Kind of running out of water because it's so dry out here. Now they don't like dry. They don't like dry circumstances, so you got to keep them really moist. That's the key. Okay, so that one's done. Still with me out here? Wow, bro, dedication. Smoke a fatty with Maddie, buddy. Let's go. Thanks for popping in, man. We have got worm feeding going on here, folks. Still got a ways to go. I got 8x3 foot bin to feed after this one. So if you guys like watching worms get fed, you've come to the right place. Maybe one of the more strange things going on the YouTube. Okay, so yeah, we got lots of worms here. I'm gonna have to show you guys this. Woo! Oh, buddy. Okay. Get the light on this too. Okay. So here we go. Now, let's check it out. Yeah, this light's too much. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can do something a little less direct. So the worms in here are aplenty. They're everywhere. They are everywhere. But this is great. This is what you want. I got a lot of new babies up in here. So this bin is actually probably only about half full of adults. But now that there's so many babies, they're going to stop making babies. And they're only going to make, they're only just going to grow. They somehow know how much space there is for babies to happen. Check this piece of corn out. So there's some babies right there. And this is what they do. They just crawl up in this corn and they just devour this. This stuff goes down real fast for them. It's like gentle breaking and the thing just crumbles in my hands. And they get into all the little fibers. So anyways, yeah, corn is a good thing to feed them to keep some organic stuff. They won't be able to break this stuff down, but there's lots and lots of babies up in this stuff. Okay, so we'll feed this one. Sorry, guys, got a zoom in situation here. All right. Okay, so I'll feed this one now. Okay, where are the castings? So we got some weed, got some beer grains, and give it a little food. A couple eggshells in there. People are going to say salmonella. I'm going to say it's no big deal. Worm sorted out. All comes out the same in the end. There you go. So that bin's done. Okay. So now we're on to the next bin. We're losing people here. This is supposed to be a cornhole junction. Ah, very good. I like it. I like it. All right, we'll check out the giant bin now, and I'm just going to dump a bunch of stuff in there. I feel like I've lost 90% of the people here, but for those of you still hanging out, thank you. Worms are not everybody's cup of tea, that's for sure. So that's why I always save them for the end. For those of you checking in, just feeding the worms down in my basement here. I'm going to go over to my large bin now. I got a 8-foot by 3-foot worm bin. It takes a lot of food, and I'm actually trying to migrate stuff out of them right now, the castings. So I'll show you how I'm doing that. Worm Hole Junction. I like that, man. I'm going to use that. It's a bee hole junction. We got the Worm Hole Junction. Okay. So here are the bigger bins, or the bigger bin, I should say. So this one is about, holds about 30,000 worms. So about 30 pounds can fit in this, which means they could probably eat about 30 pounds of food a week. But we don't have 30 pounds of worms. We probably have 30,000 worms as far as volume or number of worms, but they're all still quite small. There's a lot of adults, but we got a lot going on. So this is the plastic that I use to just cover it. As soon as you open it up, see worms kind of stretching out over the surface. So this side of the bin right now is actually basically done. This stuff is completely eaten through. So there's like, these are the finished castings in this bin. It's just black gold. There's still worms obviously hanging out in it. There's tons of worms. But this stuff is like, there's not a whole lot of organic material in here for them to eat at this point. So they need new bedding, and you can let this stuff kind of finish. You can see there's still some bigger things hanging around in here, but I can just move that stuff over to this side, and this is where I'm starting new bedding. So this is all just paper right now, and it's where they're going to go, where I want them to head to. Right now I'm going to be feeding on this side. I'm going to let them finish off over here. Any little bit of organic material they want to kind of rip through over the next couple weeks, now will be the time. And then the next time I feed, I will be feeding them over here. So I'm going to migrate them all out of this section over to here, and then I'll be able to start removing the castings. I've already started removing them though, and this is where I remove them to. So I would put them in these bins, and these can be filled up to the top. And then I put these traps in here, which I have to feed one of these today. And essentially, like, we will feed these traps, and every week we're going to remove this and put these worms back in here. And eventually this will be completely worm-free castings. There may be a couple babies kicking around, but all the adults will be rescued and put back into the larger bin. So that's how we do it. So now I'm just going to feed these guys by making several troughs. I'm going to do pretty much all, lots of worms up in here. I'm going to do pretty much all beer grains for this one because I want to lighten these castings up. And the beer grains are what really make this stuff fluffy. So let me grab that. Give me one sec. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. All right. So we drop food in here, this little trough. Okay. Pretty easy to do. Let's do that. And just bring it over. I mean, you can definitely use like a hand trowel for this stuff. I kind of like to use my hands. I find that it's a lot less dangerous for the worms if you're kind of using a soft, blunt tool. Let's see if I can. Ooh, here's a big old pocket of the worms. You guys like worms or what? So yeah, there's a whole bunch of them right here, actually. Ooh, yeah. Let's check this out. This is like worm central right here. They are just creeping and crawling everywhere in this section. So this would have been a place I fed them last week. And here's another piece of corn. It's getting devoured. It looks like Medusa. So yeah, this whole section probably was where I fed them last week because I could feel all the worms under here. But yeah, this stuff is like bricks right now. It's so thick and that's what you don't want. It can get anaerobic. Gets on anaerobic on you real quick if you're not careful. Okay, so we got a little trough there. This one I'm going to throw food in. Got some weed leaves too for these guys. Big old piece of pizza there. Okay, that one's okay. We'll just throw all that in. Why not? Throw some weed leaves on top. Gotta have their weed. It's important. They're all addicted. They do their beer grains and weed leaves usually together, or else they get cranky. Anybody else wants to hop up? We got that link in the chat, which I could share again. Yes, it is vermicelli. Vermicelli. I like it. That is a really good joke. Vermicelli. Okay, let me see if I can add. Gonna see if people want to pop up. You guys can do so. Would love to check out anybody's garden. Raymond, you got a garden, buddy? Okay, so we got another trough to make right around here. You can see where this is some beer grains from where I fed them a week ago. Okay. Boom, boom. Hope the light's okay, guys. I know it's not great. Let's see if I can do better. Maybe it makes it worse. Sorry, guys. Just gonna figure out this lighting. It's nice to have nice lighting. Okay, that's kind of cool. All right, we got food. This bin takes a lot of food, so I don't need to worry about going kind of easy on it because it typically is empty every time I come back. There's a lot of worms in here. So yeah, this will be my last kind of feeding on this side to give them something to munch on and work through this pretty much finished castings. And one more feeding zone over here. Ooh, lots of worms here. It's that grade A worm porn y'all like. All right. Okay. Let's see if we can get this one in shot. Holy. It is. It does mean that. You're right. Vermicelli. But it is like a double entendre, so I like that in this context. I had to clean the cat bus. What did I miss? You missed me feeding worms, basically, man. So I showed some worm porn, showed some worm shots, and, you know, stuff like this. You missed that. Lots of worms, man. So sorry. No, I have no garden at the moment. It's middle of winter down under. Oh, cool, man. Well, what do you do down there? Are you just chilling at your house today? Brad is also up in or down, I should say, in Australia. He's in the group chat. I think you guys are already connected. Bong up, good looking bin. I got my e-pen with me, so I'll be hitting that right now for you there, buddy. Thanks for popping in, Krogan. Hey, man, you should pop up, Krogan. Is it Krogan? You got a cool grow, man, right? You got worms. Hop up. Cheers at Blunt Force Burner. Yeah, man. Thank you so much for coming up, Blunt Force. That was a really thorough breakdown of your garden. If you guys missed that, highly recommend going back, checking it out. That guy's got things dialed in. Takes it very seriously. So we're pretty much done feeding this bin. I'm already working up a sweat. This is not the easiest thing in the world to worm farm. Some people think it's easy, and it is easy, but you definitely work up a bit of a sweat when you get into it. So now this is my worm tower situation. It's really currently being used for storage for all my tools. I got like lots of tools going on, so this was a perfect shelf. But these were custom made to fit these worm bins. Okay, so you saw I just made one of those worm bins. I'm going to tuck that in next to that with a date on it. So this was on June 12th. This one is whatever it is today, July 26th. So I'll put those dates on, and it will take about 6 months or 7 months for this to get full. So as long as I space them out, you create a never-ending, population of adults that's just coming in to being adults, and you can sell these bins one at a time. So that gives you like 3 pounds per month to sell, for instance, if you're doing them at month-long breaks. Or you could do 2 plant bins if they're both ready. So I will be kind of filling this thing out over the course of my lives. Once a month, I'll be posting, or I'll be putting a new worm bin in. So I will have to clear room on that zone, move these tools around. I got lots of room down here, so I just have to get organized. And I'm going to get this whole thing decked out with 12 of these bins at 3 feet each, so we get 36 square feet. It's all about square footage when you're worm farming. And so I will fill this thing out. That'll give me 36 square feet. That's 24 square feet here. So you're already looking at however much that is. So close to 50. And then these are 16 altogether here. So that's about 60 square feet, which that's 60 pounds of worms that we can hold. And that's, if you stagger it out, you can have a never-ending supply of adults. So I sell the adults. I sell them at like $50 a pound, which is like 1,000 worms. They've gone up to as much as like $100 or $150 to $200 during the pandemic. So it's a bit of a racket, but I enjoy it. It's just kind of for fun, really, mostly. I get to meet, you'll never meet more interesting people than worm people come into your house every day to buy worms. They're all the same kind of person. Super cool gardeners, hippies, and such. So that's pretty much feeding my downstairs situation, guys. I'm glad you stuck out for that. Poppin' Seeds, good to see you. Let's go, buddy. Poppin' Seeds is here. Thanks for popping in, Poppin' Seeds. Don't know if I've made your acquaintance. Thanks for coming. We should be friends. Sorry, guys, my connection's always a little unstable in the hallway here. Okay, back into the non-wormhole. Krogan, you want to pop up here, man? You got yourself a garden? Let's check it out. Okay, I will check out Poppin' Seeds. I'm going to check it out right now, actually. So, man, guys, I am so impressed with this thing I made today. So I got this for my camera. It slips right in there. I just didn't like the boom. It was annoying me. And, this looks so much cooler. Now I'm mobile. And I'm going to probably whittle away at this and probably polish it up. Get this off, and I'll finish this real nice. What do you guys think, man? You think it's dope? I think it's dope. I basically just screwed in a screw into the top here to hold the mechanism that it screws into it, but I can unscrew this anytime and put it back on the boom. All right, man. Well, thanks y'all for coming out. For the people who are interested, I'm going to be going up to my chain smoking bong rips. Let's go, buddy. We'll pop in for some chain smoking and bomb rips, man. I'll got the thing in the chat. let's top on up. I'll smoke a bong rip with you. Yeah, I'm heading up to my parents' cottage tomorrow morning, and so I'm heading straight out to the swamp. Anybody been waiting for swamp updates? Y'all will be getting them. Raymond is smoking, looks like. Bit of a rainy day here all of a sudden. Guess that weather that Blunt Force was talking about has just come in our way. Yeah, we got dark clouds coming in. Thank you guys for hanging out today. Just a beautiful Sunday here. It's nice to not have a whole bunch of work to do. Come on, who wants to pop up here? I'd like to chat with any of y'all. I don't care what you're up to, whether you got a garden or not. Want to connect? You're in Australia. What's going on down there, man? You got some kangaroos you can tell us about? Any altercations with wildlife we can hear about? Brad told us last time we were on the live that he got in fisticuffs with a kangaroo 20 years ago. That was pretty awesome. I guess that's just part of being Australian, I guess. It's coming of age. You have to have your fight with the kangaroo. Love the swamp grow. That's what made me subscribe. Glad, man. I love the swamp grow too. The bugs are a bit much, but y'all make it worthwhile to getting out there. Did a swamp grow years ago in the same spot, and I filmed it for nobody. I didn't actually end up posting any of the stuff. It made me feel somewhat insane when I did that because I had all this footage of me in a swamp growing stuff. All right, we got Krogan who's popped up. Let's go, buddy. Hey, man, how you doing?
Good. How's it going?
I get my headset on.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and get this set up here so I got a better view of what's going on. Oh man,
there we go. Now I can hear you. Let's go, man.
Doing?
How's it going? Pretty good.
Nice to meet you.
Nice, very nice to meet you. Where are you coming in from, man?
Minnesota.
Minnesota. Are you guys in the heat dome there?
We certainly are. It's
Looks.
So Celsius, it's like 100, or it's 70. Feels like 75-ish, somewhere around there.
Whoa.
In Fahrenheit, it's 100 and feels like 105.
Oh my God.
Yep. I just got done with work in an air conditioning building, so I'm definitely have to reacclimate to this weather, but I spend most of my time outside. So
yeah, man. So what's the story with like growing though in that? Is it not just like kill the plants or what's that? I've never had to grow in that kind of conditions.
You know, they as long as they have a decent amount of water, they don't need to be soaking wet, but as long as there's moisture there and you've got good healthy plants, they're just standing just like you'd see them in an indoor grow and they're doing their best.
Cool, man.
It's pretty good.
Dope.
The problem we have here is later in the season when you're budding, we still have some of them temperatures and we don't a lot of volatile terps will burn off if you don't plan your harvest at the right time.
Right. Yeah. That's actually what I was thinking too, is you're probably losing some taste with all that heat. Yeah. Do you have any strains that you grow in particular that like avoid it or what's the deal?
Well, not so much. There is an earlier flowering ice cream cake that I have that seems to retain or at least have enough of a broadness of terpenes that if some volatilize off, there's some left over that are more hardy. That's a creamier tasting grape kind of flavoring. That's kind of, but it's a purple one, so it could just be all in my head too. But
when does it finish up?
I've only grown that one out one time 2 years ago, but I was smoking that one before we were harvesting my power plant that was done in the middle and late part of October. So it had to have been done, late August, early September, somewhere around there. Wow,
that's pretty early, man. That's good.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I've got one right now that's a seed that's actually got, you know, it's well into pre-flower, let's say right now.
Nice.
So that's
Cool,
pretty
man.
surprising. Unless it's like a 13 or 15 weeker, you know, then that should finish up pretty early.
Awesome, man. Well, for those of you don't know, how do I say your name first of all? Is it Croghan?
So my actual name is Chad Richard Organ. So those are my initials with my last name. So yeah, Croghan would be. I've only been on a computer for 2 years. My
Really?
invention is what brought me to YouTube. Okay.
Oh, what is it?
So my invention trains out plants. So that's why my plants are 10 feet wide and 2.5 feet tall. Okay.
Oh, what?
They're clones. I have clones, white widow clones that are 21 years old. I have 3 of them right now that are pretty much trained the same. They're all trained with my own unique trainers that I'm trying to get a partner up with or something. I'm willing to fucking split this with anybody as long as they can get it produced. I came up with the idea. I can't get it produced. I don't have the resources. I'm willing to fucking just sit here and show off. And that's what I've been doing. I'm going to show you my pepper plant right now. You're going to flip. Okay.
Before we do that,
I
just want to say shout out to the people in the chat who've come in. So we've got Visible Farm Pilgor who just topped in.
Hi, how's it going?
Yeah, welcome to the chat. Anybody who's popping in, and we're here with CR Croghan.
Everybody knows me as Crow.
Crow. Okay, we got Crow here, and he's showing us some cool shit. And if you guys aren't subbed up for him, check out his channel. He's got some really cool shit. He's also got some worms going on, as I understand, right?
I've got a worm bin. I don't really concentrate too much on that other than I use it for nightcrawler castings.
Cool. Well, we won't worry about that then. Let's see your awesome invention, man. I'm curious to see your peppers and everything.
Here's the thing. You can see the peppers, but I can't show the invention because I don't even have it. It's not patented. It's nothing, right? What I need to do, what I'm doing is showing the evidence. And somebody one day will see the evidence and realize what they're seeing and then come to me and say, I want to partner up with you. I'm not looking for funding from nobody. I want to partner with somebody in the community or even a bunch of people in the community. But this, short of showing too much, and I don't know what you guys are seeing right now because I'm not exactly on the scene.
Yeah, we can see it. Yeah, we're looking. We got it.
Okay. That's in a 30-gallon pot. Okay. It's got 50 bell peppers on it and 100 blossoms.
Whoa. Pepper Central.
And it's
Pepper City.
This tall.
Damn.
It's this tall.
So maybe you can't show us. Can you describe to us what the trellising thing is? Is it something that bends the branches down type thing?
It's not even a trellis. It's You've seen those bud clips like they have, you know, bud trainers. So it's not like that. I will say this. It uses geometry and physics.
Okay.
And that's it. So,
okay, I like it. Does it have a little protractor or something?
My boss, when I told him about it, he's like, are you genetically modifying these things? I'm like, no.
Sounds like you
but
are.
I tell you what.
The proprietary nature of it all.
Yeah, well, listen to this. When you train these plants out, you see everybody stripping, lollipopping and shit.
Yeah.
You don't have to do that because all that material is volatile, actually growing premium buds. You check out that channel and look at those videos. Actually,
I will.
Yeah, look at the one.
Guys, you got to go over to his channel and sub up. Check out what he's doing. He's got some top secret whatever. He owns this shit, so you got to check it out.
Proprietary. Yeah.
Proprietary, that's the word. Anyways, check it out. I love it. He's a part of the community. He's been popping in and out. So if you don't show him some love, I'll be very upset with you. Just check him out.
I appreciate that.
Of course. We're all in this together, man. That's really cool. So you've been at this. So I have a question. I got a thing in the chat. Raymond here. He said you've had a cultivar of the same clone for 21 years. Tell us about how you kept it going.
Okay, so it's not my clone. I actually came in touch with this guy over honey 2 years ago. He takes my honey and puts different kinds of spices and stuff in it and gives it away. You know, he's a very generous person, we'll call him. This is my garden. Unfortunately, I can't show my cannabis garden because it's 300 feet from here, and I don't have the technology. to be out there at the same time as recording. So, but this
Well,
is my,
it looks like you're on like the data network, not your Wi-Fi, because it's coming through pretty good.
oh, that's good. I'm on Wi-Fi and it's on a laptop.
Oh, dope. Okay, cool, man. It's looking good. Well, so what do you got growing there? Is that peppers, tomatoes? I can't really quite
These
see
are
from here.
tomatoes. Yep. These are roughly 30 some tomato plants, 3 different kinds. I freeze them. I freeze a freezer full of tomatoes and peppers and use them for sauces in the summer or in the winter. And
Oh,
then
nice.
everything else gets brought to my work where I work with the public and they can come in and grab everything. And if they don't want it,
Oh, yeah.
I take it to the helping hand and they gladly take it. So,
Oh man, you're like a saint. What kind of varieties you got? Indeterminate, determinate, a little mix of both.
so no indeterminate. I only deal with, or no determinate. I only deal with indeterminate.
Okay,
So
cool.
that's why I'm kind of a little confused, but they're just going to keep blooming and keep producing. Yes.
Dope. I like those.
Everything was grown with fermented plant extract, fermented plant juice, my nightcrawler castings, activated aerated compost teas, blood meal, bone meal. I dry out my own clay, natural clay from out where my grow is, and use that as a rock dust. That clay was ground up by the glaciers when they came through here millions of years ago, or 10,000 years ago, or whatever it was.
Yeah.
They left that deposit of clay and sand and silt, and I use the clay for an amendment for minerals. Mostly hot peppers. I grind up peppers usually, and then make a pepper flake for seasoning things.
Beautiful.
Bell peppers.
What kind of peppers are we talking? Like bird's eye? We're talking like jalapeno.
These here are the bell peppers. Those there are Cubanelle.
We're kind of losing you a bit on the reception. Maybe come back just a bit.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good there.
Okay. Cubanelle, bell, chili, Thai chili, shit, I can't remember what that one is. And then
bonnets. You got any Scotch bonnets up in there?
No Scotch bonnets, but we do have jalapenos and hot bananas.
Nice. That's awesome, man. That's so cool. Peppers are my favorite thing to grow because they're like one of the only things you can grow where it's like probably economically a good decision to grow. Like if you make hot sauce, you can actually get some serious like money going on with just like a couple of hot peppers. You can break that out. Other things I find like tomatoes are great to give away, but like you can only, and you can make sauces and stuff, but it's like for the money, you're not saving tons of money on things like that, but they're wonderful to grow out, especially what you're doing, giving away to the community, man. I applaud you.
You know what? The flavor you get from homegrown stuff compared to the stuff you get in the store doesn't compare.
Top notch.
We actually got a tomato ripening right down there. I don't know if you can see that red one or orange.
Kind of, yeah.
It's a little fuzzy
back here, but
yeah. Then we got some zucchini back there. If you guys are into the beekeeping, I was mentioning the linden or basswood honey. That is a linden tree or a basswood tree. That is where 15 gallons of honey came from this year.
Damn.
Yes.
You got how big is your bee farm? You got like how many
I
boxes?
just have one hive.
Oh, 15 gallons. That's a lot of honey from.
Yes. This tree here bloomed in the end of June. So right before it bloomed, when I noticed it was getting ready to bloom, every year I do this, I'll extract everything from the hive that's there. That's ready. Okay. And then what's left in there, because they still need some space. My hive was 11 feet tall at the time. When that bloomed, I extracted. They filled it up almost halfway or 3/4 of the way probably with the linden honey. Then I extracted that when it stopped because I don't want to have any of that in my fall honey. So right now, that linden honey or basswood honey has a spearmint type or mint flavor and has different kinds of minerals in it than any other honey. So it's very special.
That's amazing. So do you get you get two different kinds of honey like from the same hive in the year? You're saying so like
I'll
basically
get 3 or 4 different kinds depending on when I extract and how I extract it. If I extract it in the early spring, it's got the apple tree stuff and the pear tree and different early spring stuff.
Wow.
And then during this, and then like dandelion. And then after that's kind of done, the linden tree blooms, and then the white Dutch clover comes in.
Nice.
And they're all over in the white Dutch clover. As long as the weather, it has decent amount of rain in the spring, we get the white Dutch clover. If it's dry in the spring, we don't get any. That tree only produces, it'll bloom every year, but it only produces 3 out of 5 years.
Okay.
So for the last 2 years, I didn't get much of anything at all from that tree. And that's
fucking nuts,
by far the biggest part. It is.
How long you been beekeeping for?
This will be, I think this is my 9th year.
9th year.
Maybe
Holy
a little
smokes.
bit
So
more than that.
you learned a lot. It sounds like you got it figured out. There's so much to learn about beekeeping. I'm loving the new territory. I just got a hive. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I saw that. That's corn.
Thanks.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep.
So what do you do with all of the honey? Do you give it away?
Pretty much. So, yep. And if you guys want, you guys are in Canada? I don't know how I can get any to Canada, really.
Well, I can't send it to States, but if there's people out here that want honey and they're in the States, man, you should connect. And I see some people subbed up on your channel already, man.
Yep.
So, you know, if you're in connection with this guy, he'll hook you up with the honey. He'll hook you up with the peppers. Check out his channel.
So,
yeah, go for
it. The peppers I freeze. I have very few peppers left over. But for anybody in the community, I've done this before. I'm not charging anything for the honey. I'll send you a bear of honey. I'll pay for the shipping. Just get on my channel. In the description is my freaking email. Let me know who you are, and I'll send you some. It may take me a while because I don't make a lot of cash. But I'll tell you right now.
Presumably they're going to pay you something. So
this harvest, this fall harvest, we'll call it, my cannabis harvest. If that comes in the way it's supposed to, it's going to save me an immense amount, because every 2 days I'm going to my new dispensary. We just got a dispensary here in the last 2 months in my town. I've been going to the dispensary every 2 days and spending $80.
Damn.
So that's my need.
That's why,
right?
That's why you don't have any money, man. That's why you got.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. Okay.
You've been too busy with the bees in the community garden, buddy. You got to get on the weed.
You know, I'm all about community. That's
I
what
love
I
it,
mean.
man.
I mean,
well, you're putting the community
you guys
first,
know
so
anybody that wants to hook up and freaking get this thing going. The only thing I can say right now is the way our economy is right now, and with shipping and stuff like that, I'm not looking at freaking having this thing done for several years, because there's no way I'm going to freaking be able to put out a product if I can't get supplies to do it.
Right. Yeah. No, there's a lot going on with that for right now.
Yep. So right now, I'm just showing off. You look at that channel and you tell me that I ain't fucking showing off.
You're strutting your stuff, man. You're peacocking. I like it.
Well, I tell you, I said it was going to be 20 feet long or 20 feet wide this spring. I didn't take an effect that I was growing clones. I grew a 14-foot wide one last year with a seed, so I knew I was going to be able to go wider this year because I knew what I was doing. I've only been doing this 2 years.
Dope, man. Well, you know what?
As far as
cultivating. Oh, dude, that's awesome. Well, hey, I'll try out whatever you send me, man. I'm up here in Canada. I could promote it, but I don't know what you want me to do. But I got no money either, but I got a lot of ambition, so I could partner up with you, bud.
You put me in touch with somebody that gets this done, and you're there with us.
All right, let's fucking go.
Can you imagine that? Can you imagine? I mean, you don't know what I'm talking about right now, but
no, I don't, because you won't show us. So fuck.
I know I can't show you. See out there? Let's see, right out there.
I got a great idea too. I got a great idea too, and I need your support, but I can't tell you what it is either. So
yeah, that's fine, but I'll support you. See, all you have to do is show people the evidence. I'm going evidence bound. I'm not going. Trust me, I'm showing you right now. I mean, not right now. You'll have to go to my video, but and some of these people that are watching right now have seen it.
Yeah. People, Visible Farms Pilgor. I see this honey is like gold for making fermented teas.
Oh,
I don't know
yes.
anything about making fermented teas. Do you know anything about that? Have you made that before?
Those are the FPJs and fermented plant juices, and not so much fermented extracts because those don't have any sugar in them. But it's so I don't remember what they call it, Jadam, I think, or whatever. The Jadam method, making ferments. If you use a fermented plant juice or a fermented plant, a fermented fruit juice, and you do it in like kitchen type setting or whatever, you can consume whatever you make just as well as just as quickly as you can feed your plants with it. It's made out of sugar and plant material. Dry sugar, usually. You put a bucket full of plant material, whatever it is, as long as it isn't like a nightshade. You don't want to use nightshade. You're concentrating this stuff. You also don't want to use any material that you sprayed with pesticide or herbicide, okay? Because you're concentrating this material. Put it all in a 5-gallon pail and cover the top with equal parts by weight, plant material and brown sugar. And that brown sugar will suck the water out of the plant material or the liquid. It'll also decompose that stuff, and you'll have a syrup that you can mix 20-to-1 and feed your plants or pour it on your freaking pancakes.
Okay, well, I'll do both.
I do the freaking backwoods type. I just throw some honey in that plant material. Now, honey is also an antimicrobial, antibacterial type thing, so it's kind of sketchy whether you're killing off all that stuff or concentrating specific microbes and enzymes that are dialed in that aren't affected by the honey. So it's, it can get kind of sketchy with what microbes you're brewing. I don't know exactly how I can explain that, but you maybe want a more broad spectrum of microbes rather than a more dialed in one. Anyways, cucumbers, ouch. Thistle. What I'm doing right now is I'm fermenting thistle. So I got a thistle video. You can see that too. Yeah, I picked it out of my cucumbers.
Nice.
And let's see. I'm getting grocery bags of these out of 6 plants every day.
Amazing. That's awesome, dude.
Pretty good. But
That's
the thing
great,
is, the fermented
how much
plant
land
juice,
you got there?
It's 10.3 acres, but the back part of it is like 700 acres. Part of it is a little lake, but all of it is cattail swamp.
Oh, okay.
Here's my giant pumpkins. Oops.
Oh, wow. That's
not
nice.
so big, but it's big enough.
Well,
Thanks.
When does the pumpkin you harvested in September?
Well, if I was doing like a competition for our state fair, then yes, it would be. I got a thistle in my foot. Hold on.
Tell me about making big ass pumpkins. I've been watching a couple videos on that. What's the kind of like strategy?
I don't have one really. I've tried, and when I've tried the strategies, it seems like they get too big too fast and they split.
Yeah, that's what I would be curious about. I feel like you'd have to manage the water pretty closely, eh?
Boy, the water, it seems like they want as much water as you can give them, but it's your nutrients. Sometimes when you feed them, it seems like it all of a sudden just wants to grow. If the weather matches up to where everything's perfect, it just splits. Mostly at the stem or the bottom of the stem or whatever. Yeah, it's fun.
I
so what I do,
room to grow that. I only have a small backyard, so I always opt out of pumpkins, especially with all the powdery mildew potential they bring into my garden.
Activated aerated compost tea.
That helps, eh?
Until then, you foliar spray with that once a week at about a 24-hour brew. So you brew it for 24 hours. You can brew it up to 36, 48 hours, but right about in the middle is when I use it. Spray the top and bottom of the leaves, spray the area around you. I got powdery mildew every year to where my plants were dying. My zucchini wouldn't make it past the middle of July. We've had the hottest, most humid weather now. I haven't had one spot of powdery mildew on anything except for some of it on my rose bush up there. And I haven't touched the rose bush with anything.
Wow. Do you use your castings for the tea, or do you use like compost, hot compost?
Castings, yep. And occasionally when I remember, I'll take some, just some earth or even compost, but some earth from around old growth trees where there's a lot of natural microbes around. And yeah, it fortifies the microbes that you're dealing with, you know, and you can spray that right on your plant roots too, or on your mound or whatever. All this you want to use sparingly. It's just like a once a week thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're
that's
familiar
really good
with
tip though, man. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that
absolutely.
tomorrow.
Well, look at these plants.
Yeah. I got my air stones being used right now for my cloning station, but in a couple weeks I'll have that available. So I'll use it because I have so many castings. I typically just don't ever try to make the foliar, the teas, because I'm like, my soil is like the epitome of living soil. Like there's
there.
Like the worms are literally living in the pot. So I don't have anything to do with like multiplying microbes. But for the idea of foliar spraying, that's a great idea. I'd totally do that. I never really spray them much. I don't get many pests. It's just mildew really that I deal with up here.
And your leaves can take up around 30% of the nutrients a day through their leaves. So
there you go.
You're just feeding them twice a day if you want to use some kind of nutrient. You know, don't use the fermented plant on any grass or on any green material. I only use that in the soil.
In the soil, yeah.
Yep. Because it seems to, I've seen it react on plants and start to mold them, start to deteriorate them. But since I make my own activated biochar, or my own biochar, and activated charcoal.
Yeah.
I took some of that and covered it. Now I can use two different things, but I covered that stem, that rotten part, with the charcoal, and it went away.
Oh, nice.
But
very cool, man.
Also, here's a tip for you.
I'm listening.
A little bit of I hope you are. A little bit, because you're a beekeeper now. You're a beekeeper now.
I'm dialed in. Let's go.
Okay. You've heard of propolis.
Yeah, the glue.
Okay. It's not just glue. And it's very important to the hive. I would leave it in there as much as you can.
Gotcha.
Okay?
Well, I wasn't going to move it, but that makes sense.
It can be sold. People are selling it all over the place. It's worth money because they use it in pharmaceuticals and hair detergent and toothpaste and shit like that. But I had a little bit of some kind of fungus on a stem one time, and I freaking took some of that because it's pliable, warmed it up in my hands, put it around that branch, and that powdery mildew, fungus, whatever it was, went away. It's antibacterial, antifungal, just like the rest of the beehive. But then also, if you accidentally break a branch and and you're gonna get Band-Aid out or whatever, take some of that,
propolis.
Put it on there.
Let's go. For those that don't know, the bees,
keeps crap out of there.
Yeah. For those that don't beekeep or know what it is, but it's basically this like dark brown kind of resinous almost looking material that the bees, they use it to as a glue in the hive. So around winter, they kind of tighten things up. They kind of make sure that there's no air leaks.
Yep.
And it's kind of everywhere, like all along the frames. When you crack them apart, you can feel it. It's this propolis stuff, and I guess I thought that there probably was some uses for it, but I'm impressed that you've already put some of this into work, man. That's great.
I'm starting that right now. I've never heard that before. It's my creation also.
It's amazing what nature makes for you when you just open your eyes a little bit and you just start looking around. And you can use all this shit, man. Like,
I attribute it to that I never had any kids, so I always had time to think on myself.
You're so lucky, man. I'm fucking jealous.
And my mind was always open, I always have an open mind to things. I might say, hey, you're fucking stupid, but I always have an open mind.
That's dope, man. Well, it sounds like you're living the dream out there, man. I'm really impressed. And it sounds like for people just coming in, check out his channel, man. And he gives away a lot of his fruit, vegetables to the community, which is a very noble act on his part, given that he's putting it ahead of his cannabis plants as well, which I don't know a lot of other people that would do the same thing. So good for you, man.
Well, see, because I grow organically and I have my trainers, I don't have to spend time with my plants. They take care of themselves.
Yeah, so you're up in Minnesota, and like how far from like if you were to, you're probably like 24-hour drive from like Toronto or something. Am I correct?
I'm not exactly sure where Toronto is.
I,
That's
I
probably
think you're
correct.
actually north. I think you're actually north of me
I'm
probably because
north of a lot of you
Ontario,
guys. Yes,
yeah,
Ontario.
Ontario connects, but only up at the top bit. So I bet you're probably a little bit further away.
If you know where
But that's cool,
Duluth,
man.
Minnesota is on Lake
Yeah.
Superior, I'm
Yep.
about 2 hours south of there
Cool.
on
Awesome, man.
35, the freeway.
Hey, Moonbeam Charles is up in the chat. Let's go, Moonbeam. Moonbeam is our buddy from BC who he's a breeder who does really interesting breeding with autos for his really short growing season. Came on the
Nice.
program on Friday. He's a super cool guy. If you want to check out a cool breeding program channel, check out his channel, Moonbeam Charles. He's doing some cool stuff with his plants.
Definitely. I just popped some autos yesterday.
Nice. Do you do any breeding yourself?
Not intentional breeding.
I see.
I'm more in it for
So-
the consumption end of premium stuff. So I don't like cutting stuff out. I don't like making it into food. Last year I turned 5-pound plant into hash because it didn't taste good.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That happens.
Yeah.
Hash is great though. Hash is great. So you
Oh
love
yeah,
it.
I mean it got me through.
So how did you keep that? I was still curious. We didn't get to this. How did you keep this clone going for 21 years? Is it an indoor
Oh,
grow?
right. Sorry, no. So the buddy of mine, he's actually had powdery mildew and all kinds of stuff, but he kept it going. He gave me, I just met him 2 years ago. He traded me some of his smoke for some of my honey one day. And I liked it. And when I needed it, I'd give him a call. So pretty soon I'm like, well, I like this plant. What can you tell me about it? Can I get one? And he's like, well, yeah, sure. I've had it for 21 years. I'm like, he's like, it's a white widow. I'm like, oh my God, one of the legendary strains. So it's, he's kept it alive using soil indoors. Prior to more recent times, it was under HPS. Now he's using LED. He trains them out. He makes about 15 clones, and then we can do 4 of them here in Minnesota at flower at one time. But I don't know if he just doesn't have that kind of luck or whatever. But he makes 15 clones at a time, and then he keeps the 4 best and gives away the rest. So when he gave me my cut this winter, I made a couple of cuts of it, gave it to a couple of friends because I don't grow indoors. I did not know how I was going to be able to keep this thing till spring. I wanted to have some backup. I knew I could always get this guy to give me another one regardless. I want to keep my own library. So I do have plants at a buddy of mine's house, and he keeps plants for me. I got another buddy that's doing some cloning for me. So since we can only have so many plants total in Minnesota, it's 8, 4 in flower. We got to kind of work together.
Gotcha.
So I started cloning that plant and started passing it out. I flowered one of them this spring. So I had 4 to start with. One of them, when I put the other 3 out in their mounds, I just automatically started light depping it, which when they went out, my first 3 in the mounds, I used LED lights to keep them lit up through the night because they went out before light was at 16 hours or whatever the hell, before we had longer hours of daylight. So that little LED light was keeping these little clones lit up while they're in the ground. If we got cold weather, I'd cover them. The other one was just sitting out by itself in the dark, going through flower for I actually just chopped it 3 weeks ago. Going through its cycle. Then once the day started to get longer again, I started light depping it in a cabinet with a tarp over it out in the woods. So every night at 5 o'clock, I would cover that sucker. And then at 10 o'clock, I'd uncover it because I didn't want to get up at 5 o'clock the next morning and uncover it. So I'd have it uncovered then. The sun would come up. So the sun would come up at 5. I'd cut the light out at 5. And it went through flower for 10 weeks, and I just chopped it. The problem is we have such hot temperatures that any terpenes it ever had burned off, so I can get a buzz off it, but it doesn't taste like anything. Which with the White Widow, originally it started out that way because in 2000s you weren't letting people know you were growing, so they selected it because it didn't smell a lot. So anything it did have, I was losing because of the heat. So
that makes sense.
It is what it is. Yeah, I got a piece. Let's see. I brought it in the house. Yeah.
So tell us more about your how you do. Can you describe to us what it is so we can imagine what it is, or you can't even describe it?
So basically, my original one was a stick. It was a piece of wood. Put it that way. Maybe not a straight branch, maybe not a crooked branch, maybe not a big one, maybe not a small one, but it was a piece of wood that I picked up off the freaking ground and said, hey, I can do something with this. Let me tell you the inspiration. Have you heard of Jorge Cervantes?
Oh, yeah. The master,
okay.
the legend.
You betcha. I owe him and my buddy Jason everything. My buddy Jason pretty much force-fed YouTube down my throat. He got me a Android TV box. He's like, dude, why aren't you on YouTube? Blah, 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 blah. This thing would be good for you. Rah, rah, rah. I'm like, no, dude, I got a flip phone. Dude, I don't want any technology. I didn't have a laptop at the time. I'd never been on a computer other than to play maybe some blackjack or something like that. Oregon Trail. I played Oregon Trail back in the day.
It's a great game.
So he gets me this Android TV box that he has at home. My TV don't work with it. So he's like, oh, what the hell? You got to get a TV. I'm like, no, I'm not going to do this. You know, I'm trying to grow some stuff so I can have some free smoke and I'm not spending all this money. He goes home, brings me back a freaking TV. That one right there. So because of Jason Swanson, this idea that is going to change the way people grow a lot of plants, it doesn't have to happen now. Let me tell you, look at that. Look at those videos, everybody. I'm having a hell of a lot of fun. I'm having a hell of a lot of fun. Yep.
So if you want to know the secret, you got to go to his channel, guys. But hook him up with some subs if you can.
So all I need is somebody that can freaking make some plastic freaking parts. It's not going to work with a 3D printer. They're not fast enough. I'm not going to let this slip away to somebody else to freaking copy it. Although I think with the way I could work a patent, although I know nothing about patents, I think that it could be exclusively my idea to where even if they tried to change something, the heart of the idea, the physics of the idea, I'd be able to patent the physics of this idea, right?
Okay, cool. I can kind of imagine what you're saying here, even loosely, but only loosely.
So then, through this gadget that I apply to my plants and adjust from place to place, from time to time when needed, different sizes, okay? Right now, I can't make one big enough for what I need, so I had to actually tie some branches to the ground, anchor them, because I can't freaking have something. I can't make one powerful enough, you know, or whatever, which can be made in
lifting them up.
So, kind of, I straighten branches. So the branches are Herculean past, they're freaking going like this, you know?
Yeah.
And it's
I wonder, one of the things I find, though, is I want to get them off the ground a little bit. So I'm imagining what you're talking about. But for us up here, it's so humid in the fall. Like part of what we need to do is get up off the ground and then have your buds like, 5 or 6 feet off the ground because you got more turbulence up there. And
but you know what also happens around here is when you get plants that tall, you get a storm and it breaks all that stuff off. And in Minnesota, we can't have any plants that people can see from the road. So if you have a 6 foot tall fence, 7 foot tall fence, you got an 8 foot plant, you're illegal. My plants are 10 foot wide, 9 foot wide right now. They'll be 10 foot wide before they're done. 9 foot wide and 2.5 feet tall. So you can have a 3 foot tall fence and freaking still grow my plants legally. I guess. I don't know. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to explain what I'm talking about here without giving everything away. But the results gotta spark some kind of interest in what I'm talking about here to where it'll make somebody at least go out on a limb and team up with me. I'm not looking for a sponsor. I'm looking for a partner or many partners.
Yo, I'm back.
Yeah. It's all good. I've done this before several times. You could go away for 20 minutes and come back and I'd still be talking. But yeah, it's just that pepper plant. I mean, that's a 2-year-old pepper plant. When I got it through winter, after it had aphids all winter, I never grew anything indoors, so I didn't know what I was getting into. But
sorry, I can't hear anything right now. So,
oh, that's a bummer. So that pepper plant, it says a lot. It's not topped, so the branches are trained out every bit. The problem with that is the peppers grow slower. When you got 25, 30, 40 peppers on a plant, bell peppers, they tend to grow a little slower. So I don't know. I picture this like being an eternal plant that's sitting in maybe a freaking restaurant somewhere or something, to where they can just pick off their pepper they want to eat, maybe, or something like that, you know. Maybe in a gourmet's kitchen somewhere, you got a pepper plant, you can just pick it off. Those plants I can grow left and right. Every pepper plant I can grow like that. And it only takes 1 year to get that size. And this one is 2 years old. When it went through winter, I had low light. It had aphid problems, all this crap. It had 3 leaves on it when it came out of winter.
damn.
Yeah. So the transition it's made to now, it's been 3 months and it's gotten that big, gotten peppers on it. I actually let it bloom. What I was doing was plucking off all the flowers. I did let it bloom early this spring because it just wanted to. I picked off all the flowers so it would grow more green growth, and then let it bloom again. And now, like I said, it's got, I can't even count all the green peppers actually that are on there formed, and probably 50 flowers that just closed today. Shit, and another 100 blossoms coming up. Yeah. But the thing is, it's slow from there. If I was using, oops, shoot, I might have just unplugged everything. If I was using like a regular fertilizer, freaking Miracle Grow or something like that, you could probably feed it fast enough. But since I'm using those fermented plant juices, it's a little bit slower. And the thing with those is, I was going to mention before, is you can apply that stuff, and then if you get a bunch of rain, it's going to wash the stuff right out, because it doesn't really chelate to anything in there. It just kind of passes by the roots as it washes out. So if you get rain, you need to reapply, and then every couple of days reapply. I did start using mycorrhiza, a blend of different funguses or whatever this year, and that does seem to help a little bit. It expands your root zone to where it can access more nutrients that are right in the area, but maybe not really available right there to the roots that you're dealing with yourself. But anyways, like I said, it's 100 degrees out. I just got done with work.
That's crazy,
Love
man.
hanging out with you.
Yeah, man. Nice hanging with you. I just
Appreciate
had some technical issues. My whole setup just died on me. I think my computer overheated. So I'm kind of,
no.
I've come back in, but I'm hoping it stays in. Thanks for holding it down in my absence. I'm still trying to figure out my camera here. So
I can still hang for a minute. I can show you my compost tea setup here in my fermented plant. We might not make it all the way. Yeah.
Let's check it out, man.
I might
thanks,
lose
guys,
you.
for holding through
My tech issues there. I lost my whole setup.
You having better luck than I had. The other day I tried to upload a video 3 or 4 times and it took a day and a half. All right. So let's see. This is my fermented plant stem. So these are all the stems from my harvest from last year. And it's more of a root beer colored.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's a little different animal there. It doesn't smell or anything, which all the other ones do. Now, I use airlocks on mine, or like this bucket here, the bottom one is the one that I just started with the thistle in it. That one's just has pressure holding the cap on. But if that cap comes off, you get air in there, and then it starts to really stink up the area. So you want it good and sealed up, but you also want air to escape. So don't make it permanently sealed because it will then explode. So what I do is use airlocks mostly. And this is the one, this is my fermented fruit extract. So I used pumpkin and squash and cucumbers and all kinds of leftover stuff.
That's awesome. And so you use it again for, is it for root?
That's for root, yep, for drenches, yep. So I'll 20 to 1 usually. What I'll do is usually put it in my sprayer down here, put like this much in the bottom and fill the rest up with water, and then just go right to the roots. Just so it's then getting a little water. I also mulch all my rows and all my hills with grass clippings. So that kind of keeps the moisture in, so I'm not watering a whole lot. This is my veg.
Okay.
So that's the cool one. That one is the easiest. You use your, so as long as you're, once again, possibly if you have a pet in the area, you don't want to use it. But when I go and mow our lawn, we've got all that land out there that we mow. It's like 3.5, 4 acres of grass and white Dutch clover. So this is the white Dutch clover here.
Yep, I got that here myself too.
Yep. So we go out and mow. I take all the clippings off the bottom of that mower deck, and it's already chopped up, all that stuff.
Right.
I put it in a bucket, fill it up with water. This one, I put a little bit of labs in it. Lactobacillic, or let's see, lactic acid bacteria. A little bit of that in there. That helps break down like leaves and stuff like that, because I didn't know exactly what was in that, mess that I had. So it's got a little green material to stuff break down and brown material to break down. And that goes into the sprayer to, feed the plants. And then I have the middle one here is a mix of the two. It's got some hot peppers in it, whatever. Any fruiting material or like blossoms off of any trees, or freaking even your flowers up here or whatever. You can use all that stuff.
Cool, man. That's really awesome.
Yeah.
Dope.
And then I do an activated area compost tea. But
that's really
other
cool.
than that,
you've dialed in all the different additives. So do you do any like things that you add to the plants that aren't homemade, like as far as fertilizer or anything? It sounds like you got the worms, you got the compost, you got the tea, you got the fermented extracts and stuff. So is there anything else that you need that you bring in?
As far as I know, no. I mean, as far as what I need, I don't think there's anything else I need, because I do use some Alaskan fish fertilizer. Okay, those jugs of fish emulsion or whatever. And then occasionally I will use some Super Thrive, which is a kelp extract, which is different from the kelp meal. A lot of kelp meals will be dangerous or not pleasant to use. Kelp extracts are a little more just specific things taken out of them and put into a bottle, but you only use like 1 drop of that in 5 gallons. And then I do have, for whatever reason, because I liked working with all these different microbes, and I don't even know if this is, I think I've heard of people using it, but there's an organic orchid microbe bloom additive that I feed. I get 1 bottle. It's, I put a capful in on all those plants, capful in once a week for the, as long as it lasts after the first 2 weeks of flower. Occasionally in the summer, we had a lot of rain, we had a lot of heat. I wanted to add the microbes to it, so I just tossed some of that in one day. just a little bit of everything, not a whole lot of too much, but yes. So other than something else that I make, so one, I don't even make it. It's made for me. I like going the easy route, right? Don't spend money. In the winter around here, we've got a few deer in a herd that come through the yard. And they will, in the winter, eat buds off of the plant material out here. So they're concentrating buds and crapping them out on my lawn, and I go out and collect it. That is for flower. That's for flower. That's my micro base for flower, along with my dialed in nightcrawler castings. Instead of food compost for flower, I feed my nightcrawlers blood meal and bone meal, and then some of that clay powder. Yep, some of that clay powder.
So you jack up the castings with all they're going to need for the plants.
Yeah.
That's so smart. I've been kind of experimenting with that. I feed my my worms a lot of beer grains because that helps with the fluffiness. So you don't just get these dense castings. I get a lot of beer grains. If you can get your hands on that for worms, they love it. But then I also add a lot of oyster shell flour, or I use chicken feed because chicken feed actually has the same grit. And those worms, they need that grit. They need the grit in their bellies.
They got a gizzard. They got a gizzard.
Exactly. So you can use the same thing you'd feed chickens if you have it as backup, and then your soil has the calcium. I feel like the worm casting kind of stuff, because I use it in such a huge percentage. Like I said, I grow in 50%.
I've seen your bags. I've seen your bags of castings.
Well, so I'd imagine like the humic acid is there too. You know, like so kelp is something that you usually add, I think, to get humic acid kind of going towards the end of the flowers. Does a few different things, but I feel like I've got that in spades because I've got so much organic material breaking down. If anything, I was thinking about buying some seaweed, like or just going to collect it because I got a cottage up north. I just collect the seaweed and then just start feeding the worms
absolutely
the seaweed and basically pump it into the garden. You know what I'm saying?
Figure out a way to get some good fungus in there, and they'll break down anything that's bad in there. You know. They can do that.
I do add the mycorrhizae at the beginning of the year. So it is in there, and I imagine it's growing pretty good because there's so much organic material.
Goes right along with it.
But again, it's just such a living soil. I just kind of I try to just see what I can get with that because I still don't even know. Like I'm kind of moving towards a much heavier base of living soil. And so now it's at the point where the soil is like literally living. So it's like, I want to test it out and see how it goes. So I'm trying to not add too much to because I mean, if it works on its own, then what's the point of adding in a whole bunch of stuff that you have to go buy? But I mean, it's more of experimental for me at this point,
Yes. I was kind of in the same boat last year. And then when I found out when I've started growing these monster freaking plants that I had to err on the side of caution and go too much and dial it back because I was coming into deficiencies rapidly. Every time I'd turn a corner, I'd see something weird, So and most of it was deficiencies. But I don't know. It's very special, and I'm very proud of this. And you're going to hear a lot about it. Even if somebody copies it.
Well, listen,
I'll be like, that's my idea.
You're part of the Wormhole community, right? So anytime you want to hop up on the live, man, and you want to promote whatever you're doing, we'll have you.
Appreciate it.
Again, guys, if you guys can sub up to him, that'd be great. We want to help him out. He's got some cool things going on, and we're doing pretty good too. We've added a few tonight, and just tonight I'm trying to get to 4,000. I'm just going to marathon this until I get to 4,000. We got 7 to go.
Do it.
So,
right
guys,
on.
Sub up.
Pass it on.
Just sub up. We got 7 to go. If you guys haven't subbed up, come on. You want to be that 4,000th person? Oh, that'd be great, man. You don't have to do that.
I mean, I only got 200. I got like 4 or 5 more subscriber days, so I got like 215. But I don't know what I'm doing.
It can happen fast, man. It can happen fast. I've seen a lot of people just jump up, and it's like these kind of cool things that you're into that somebody just picks up one little thing, and then all of a sudden you got a whole bunch of people. But man, you're doing it right. It sounds like you've got a pretty good system of gardening dialed in, and if you grow it, they will come. Or what's the Field of Dreams live? If you build it, they will come.
If you build it, they will come. Right. I didn't mention that I can train fruit trees too, right?
Oh snap! So how do you train fruit trees? Because I got fruit trees as well this year. I got the combination apple tree and pear tree, and I've done one from seed that's about 4 or 5 years old, but none of them have
That's cool.
sprouted fruit. But I am curious about the topping of that we do, because I basically have like
Mhm.
4 main branches that are coming up, or 5 actually in the case of the combination. So at what point do you start training your fruit trees?
Boy, so I've only attempted at it once. So I've only delved into it a
Actually,
little
hold on
bit.
one sec. Before we
Yep.
do that, though, I want to get back to this because somebody asked you a question. I put it up on the screen. So, is the size compromised when you have so many fruit on the chili pepper plants? Like when you were talking about the one where you had 100 fruit sets.
So yep. So the size of the peppers are, so basically what I'm doing is just letting them go and growing. They're gradually growing. Now, if I was to suppress the new flowering and stuff like that, they would grow faster right now. But slowly but surely, they will gradually get bigger to where, say, you could pick one every other day or 2 every other day and have another couple 2 coming in a couple of days. I mean, if you're talking $2 a pepper, right now that plant's worth $100 because it's got 50 peppers on it, right? I mean, if you can actually harvest it by the end of the season, I don't know. But then you got a nice grow tent and you got a light in there and you're growing other plants. Well, might as well have this in there or have another tent with it in it, whatever. I don't know. Yeah. But that's under sunlight too, where you're getting that kind of production.
Right. Do you have an indoor grow going on? I can't remember if you said you did.
No. That's why I have my buddies doing the different kinds of things indoor. It's cool. It's taboo around here, so that's why my grow is out in the swamp.
Oh, so you do have a swamp grow?
Yes, absolutely. That's where my stuff is at.
Okay,
so back in the 1950s, they came through this area and dug ponds out. The spoils from the ponds went on both sides of the ponds. Those mounds have 50-year-old trees growing in them right now. And in those, I cleared out a spot, dug a well 9 feet down. It freaking caved in. So it went dry. I had to go 9 feet to get water like 5 or 6 years ago in peat. You have not been nowhere till you've been freaking 9 feet down in peat. Okay. I was shoveling. I had a shovel over the top of my head.
That sounds scary, man. It's really hard to like move in that stuff.
It's cool. Yeah. I found a rock suspended in it too. That's from when the glaciers went through here. It's got freaking glacial scrapes on it.
Nice. Well, it must have landed somewhere in there if that's the case that it was there. It probably didn't move there otherwise. Oh,
that's got a bunch of scrapes on it. I can't tell if you can see that or not.
Yeah, well, it looks pretty weathered by the glaciers itself.
Yeah, so it's flat, right? Okay.
Wow.
So on the other side, it must have been in like a bubbling pool of clay.
Okay.
Because it's got those little round, it's like those were bubbles of clay coming up somewhere in an ocean or somewhere. Or it's fossils. It's fossilized anyways of some sort.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell. Cool. That's fantastic. So you dug down in this peat bog. Yeah, so my grow is in a peat bog as well. And when I walk, like 10 meters away, the whole thing moves. So like the island that it's on.
Legit peat bog. Yeah.
It's really peaty.
I'm in more of a cattail swamp.
I see. Yeah, it's crazy because when you step in one area, you have to be careful. I put the camera down and I step away, and the whole thing just lifts up. So
we have spots where you would disappear if you stepped in them.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
Yeah, and I've almost lost a 3-wheeler in one time. But
how are the bugs out there?
Right now, there's hardly any because we haven't had any rain, and like I said, my pond is dry. So right now, I'm digging so I have an existing well that goes down about 4 feet, but it's dug out to 9 feet. It just collapsed over time. So I can get down to 9 feet pretty easy. But right now I have 1 foot of water on that 4 foot deep hole.
So do you go and collect the water, or are you trying to create some kind of wicking system? Okay, yeah.
Nope, a bucket at a time, half a 5-gallon pail time right now. Because it's so
but you're
shallow.
Like right beside the plant, so you don't have to move.
Yes, I'm standing. Actually, I built a platform out of logs, and I'm standing on that bog, or on the swamp, or whatever. So
I think I'm like one of the only people that knows exactly what you're talking. I do the exact same.
I know, right? You'll see it on there. Check out those videos. I'm telling you.
I'll check it out, man. I've been
It's
kind of
fun.
like I've been literally swamped with
I'm sure.
people's
Yeah.
people's videos to watch, because I got into this and
You
now
know
I'm like,
what?
oh, all these cool people doing so much stuff.
You guys and the damn deer flies.
Oh
Is
man,
that what
deer
they call
flies,
them there?
horse flies, yeah, horse flies, deer flies, yeah, they're bad right now.
Wow.
I got
We got them to
so
where they'll swarm around my head a little bit, and I'll kill 4 or 5 of them, and they'll be gone. But
those
you
things
have
take
like
a chunk.
10,000 of them.
Oh, they take a
Yeah,
chunk out of you. That's why I'm all decked up. They can't
I
really bite
know.
through
I don't
clothing and
blame
stuff,
you.
and it's hot as hell. But I have to
Uh-huh.
get, because then you're good. You could just chill out there. But the dog got harassed. I got so many
Oh yeah, your poor dog.
messages
I
of
saw
people
that.
being like, "Hey, poor dog." I'm like, literally, if I try to leave him at
Of course.
home, okay, he jumps
Oh,
at the window. He tries to break through the screen door. He knows what's going on. Everybody's
yep.
like, "You're abusing your dog." I'm like, "No, he like is begging me to come out and get
They
eaten
do
alive."
that.
But yeah, no. We got the bugs, but now right now they start to go away. As soon as August hits,
Yeah,
the nights get so cold that they don't really do very well. And then by
yeah. It's
the
like they
time
live their
September
cycle
comes,
right now.
yeah, September is the most beautiful time of year where I am up in
Same
that
here.
area, because it's just bug free. The weather's still nice. You can go out for a long walk, and so harvest time hopefully won't be a nightmare.
Yeah, that's the problem when it can get so hot around here that it might. I mean, if you're smart, you leave it. I mean, you leave it go extra long because your terpenes are burned off for sure. I mean, I've seen it.
Yeah, for sure.
If you
Just
get
trying
hot
to
days.
check out. Cool, man. Well, really nice to connect with you.
You too.
Yeah, man. We'll come on up anytime. You're
Appreciate
welcome
it.
to jump up here.
I
We're
probably will be dressed about the same unless it's December.
I always want to go tarpless myself, but I feel like as a person hosting it, I'm like, maybe I should try to keep it more professional.
You can see I'm sweating. It's like I'm wearing a sweater right now.
Yeah, man. It's hot outside. Well, appreciate you jumping up, man. I'm gonna see
Appreciate
if
you
anybody
too.
else wants to pop up, and
Yeah, I
we
think
do
there's
this
2
every.
people in the studio that have been waiting.
Really?
I think. I mean, it shows me 2 people in the studio, or it's 2 people. I don't know.
I think it's just
Maybe
me and you, man.
there's
I
Pat.
don't.
I don't know.
But if there is anybody that wants to hop up, you
Get
guys
him up
hop
here.
on up.
You
Yeah,
bet.
thank you so much, CR Oregon Crow.
Crow. Yeah.
Nice to meet
And
you
that
in
wasn't
person,
my
man.
idea. That was their idea. My idea
Oh.
was Corgan.
Ah, it's good, man. I like it. I'm gonna hop outside and I'll try to show you guys my garden. Actually, can you hang out for 1 sec? I want to just test
Sure.
this mic out, okay? Because it's not working
Sure.
right now. So let me just see if I can get it going. Hold on.
Sure.
Is that
Yeah.
working? Or hold on.
I can hear right now. Fine.
This
It
mic?
does sound like you're talking not in the microphone though.
Okay. Can you hear me through this mic?
I can hear you, but I don't know if that's that mic.
No?
I don't hear the tapping.
No? Okay. So I don't think that one's working. Let's take that off.
Cool beans. Appreciate everybody that was hanging out today. I wasn't watching the chat. I probably should have, because I did notice a few names that he was talking about there. But now I'm on.
Were you able to hear me through this mic at all, or no?
So I can hear you now.
But you weren't hearing anything.
No, so I was hearing myself for a minute, like it was a robot.
Oh, oh, that's a new trick I got.
Okay.
Anyways, man, I'll let you peace out, man. Thank you so much for hopping up. Okay.
Cool. Yeah.
Come on
cheers.
up anytime, bud.
If you're 40 years or older, talk to your doctor. Schedule a colonoscopy. Bye.
Okay, I actually am. So that's really good advice, because I am over 40 years old. So I hope you guys are still with me. If you're in the chat, if you could, or yeah, if you guys could just post anything, because I haven't seen anybody post anything for a minute. I'm worried that the chat isn't being able to update for some reason. So if you could just say, yo, I can hear you. Say worms. I'm going to take you guys outside to see my garden once more. Just going to try to play around with my stuff here for a second. Audio. Going back to this. Can y'all hear me out here? Yeah, still here.
There we go. How about now? Do you got it now? I saw I didn't have it on the worms. Yes. Okay, let's fucking go. Can you hear volume now? Is volume coming through, guys? How? Does that sound? Is that a good? Yep. Okay. Let's go. Okay. So get my mobile thing. Don't forget the camera. Show you guys my plants. Crow was showing me all his stuff. I was getting jealous. Now I got to show him my inventions. I love this guy's got a mysterious invention that nobody's allowed to see. It's like freaking Willy Wonka out here with his garden. but he can't share his secrets with nobody. It's gonna break the internet, break the world if anybody knows about this. We got a little bit of rain out here, but I think it's doable. I love my new mic setup. This is so. Hop back up. There we go. We changed now. Again. How we doing out here, folks? Yeah, we got a little bit of rain. I'll show you the aftermath of said rain. It's just a little bit wet down on the floor here. Nothing crazy. Actually great though, because I got my so these are my watering holes, my bee watering holes. And the bees have actually really taken to this bin, which has got the natural stones in there. It's got some pieces of concrete too, so I don't know. But they didn't really like the bee beach, so I've been kind of paying less attention to upkeep on it. But this was an idea we had to keep them, getting some water easily and make them feel at home. But you know what? They didn't like it, so they're not like fancy bees. I guess they don't like beaches. I don't know. Here's the bees. Krogan, what do you think, bud? We got the bees right here. Let's see if we get a little zoom in on them. We got some bee action. Let me see if I can bring you guys in a little bit. So when you look in under this, you can see. You can see them under there. They're all hanging around. Oh, getting buzzed here a little bit. Anyways, we got bees, folks. They like to fly in and out. They usually have little pollen sacs, but they seemingly empty today. I guess it's too wet for pollen, maybe. Maybe Krogan, you can tell us why we don't have any pollen on these bees today. But yeah, these bees are really making their home. We just added this top bin, and they're getting into it. They started moving into the frames. It's pretty dope. We got wormholes out here. I already showed you guys those, but does anybody want to see some worms again? You guys like worms? So yeah, these are my girls. This is the bubblegum kush. Looking pretty nice. Kind of have it spread out like this. Probably like 5 feet across. Expecting maybe like a pound on this. Maybe a bit more. I'm not really sure. Depends on the buds, but usually that's about right. And that's like weed that, I would actually get some buds on. More shake than that and stuff I don't want. This is the thin mint, which has got a really cool chasm down the middle. Kind of gave it some extra breathing room. Just a fresh rain on the leaves right there. You can see it's looking pretty nice. Still not really into mildew season here, and really lollipop these guys pretty good. I'll show you guys the wormholes again, because why not? You may have been here for them earlier. Maybe you weren't. Maybe worms freak you out. We'll find out when everybody drops out right now. So yeah, these worms, I put them in at the beginning of the season when I planted these plants, and they have been just hanging out, growing bigger all the time, and they laid a bunch of babies in here. So there's lots of babies. I haven't actually fed this bin outside of the cannabis leaves though, so they haven't really migrated back into here so much. They go around the bin and then they come back when I feed them. So if I just fed them, there'll be a lot more hanging out. But yeah, this is just like the epitome of living soil. This is like always living. And I don't put a lot of organic material on this top because I've had issues in the past with leaf septoria. And if you guys have never had leaf septoria, it's the worst. It sucks. It screws you over for the season, puts all these little spots on your leaves, and then the buds don't grow very well. The plant just kind of like struggles. And then the worst part is that it overwinters in your soil, especially if you got really organic soil, which I used to really go for. I used to do the top cut, chop and drop, and like, you know, mulch layer and all this stuff, and compost is, but that's what that stuff loves to hang out in. Spores of it hang out in there. So once you get it, you have a really hard time getting it out. It'll overwinter in the soil no matter what. It'll come back. So I am like extra cautious now. I don't really put that stuff right in. I just actually top dress with like straight soil. So this is like firm, you know, like pro mix type stuff with perlite and all this in it. And I put that in last. I put it as a top dressing just to keep the organic material below this, kind of tucked in and away from any kind of leaf septoria stuff. Anybody out there ever got that stuff? Let me know in the chat. It freaking sucks. Anyways, so yeah, this plant's looking good. This is more of like a sativa leaning plant. This is more of a hybrid. This is more of an indica. So we'll get a little sample of each, which would be nice. And this is what I got growing indoors, which I'll show you guys again. We'll go down there, finish up with some of the worms. But dark green on it. I haven't had a single nutrient kind of deficiency the whole season. As low down as you can look, the leaves are dark green. So nothing has had to be added to these. The only thing I just started feeding them was a fertilizer, bloom fertilizer, which is a slow release fertilizer from this really cool company. I actually haven't given them this yet. I gave them a liquid one just because I had spilled some. Black Swallow. If you guys are in Ontario, or anywhere in Canada, I don't know what they send to the States, but this place is dope. They have a living soil blend that they sell that is, I've been to the place. It is totally checks out. These guys are legit. And they make this organic bloom that I haven't tried yet, but everything I've used from them has been top notch. So I'm really excited to try this out. Check out Black Swallow, Living Soils, organic bloom mix is what they got going on here. But yeah, it looks like a 254 based on the numbers I'm seeing right there. So I'm going to put that on pretty soon, probably tomorrow or even maybe tonight when I'm done this. I kind of want to crack it open and take a look at what it looks like right now. Here, let's take a quick peek. Okay. It smells fishy. We'll check it out. Okay, it's interesting. So here's what it looks like. Very granulated, cool stuff. It smells super fishy. So I'm gonna throw some of this on because I might as well put it on. Cool. So that's what it is. So I'll let you guys know how that all goes. But yeah, check them out, especially if you're in Canada. They'll send you some really good living soil. Was lucky enough to get a tour of the place, connected with them a while back. They were happy to have me come by and check it all out. So yeah, this is what we got for our thin mint. This is the lollipopping we did. Very clean underneath. There's a few little branches need a little bit of trimming. Sometimes I like to leave these little side branches that aren't really going to necessarily go anywhere, and I trim those early. Like I cut them off like a couple weeks early, and then I get a little snack taste test before we got an actual finished bud. Like I said earlier, here's my apple tree that I did from seed. This is a honey crisp, so it's dope. This is my compost nest, which I got to get all this stuff out. was telling you guys earlier, I use these, I just use any branch I find. I stick it on the end of old shovels. So this is just a little makeshift shovel we got going on. And yeah, I've used half of this hot compost this year, and I still got a whole bunch of it to throw on the plants. So I got to do that in the next couple days and turn this compost over to that bin, because this is all like fresh stuff and this is going to be a mildew zone. Got these 2 plants. You guys know about the compost twins freebies. Shout out TS Massa, who really encouraged me to keep them. Didn't really want a mold zone, so I kind of wanted to keep this area free originally, but instead of bushing them out, I've made them go tall so that I'm not going to create like a whole mildew trap back here. I'm going to be making little houses for fans for each of these plants. So I got some powerful fans I'm going to put down, and I'm going to put them back, one back there with a little roof on it. I'm going to do the same for in front of this guy and in front of that one. Another cool thing to note is how well my clover is doing. So this clover is like totally out competing the grass on this lawn. This is a really dense, sandy material we got naturally, or whatever was here before, and nothing really wants to grow on it, but the clover just creeps across. Grass kind of grows in between, and they're really helping each other out. The clover is giving us all that nitrogen, fixes from the air, and the grass is the beneficiary of it. And this whole lawn was like patchy this year, and this is my only real big patch left, which I've just kind of filled in recently, and it's the last frontier for the clover. Right around the plants, you can just see the clover going nuts. It'd be great for the bees. I like to leave the yard a little bit long so these flowers pop up, and gives the bee a little bit of something to work at. I just like the look of clover too. It's way cooler. So yeah, that's a lot of my outdoor stuff. Got the this is a combination apple tree. It's got 5 different kinds, which is super cool. We got our pear tree here, 5 varieties as well, and it's super dope. And it's even got a 6th bonus one down here, which I do not know what it is yet. And I got my cucumbers coming up the side here, which are a little bit slow right now because of a little nutrient deficiency, it looks like. I got some flowers up there and all my starts from my worm casting. So yeah, the garden is looking pretty nice. I've also got these dope log cabin planters that I made back here. These are all just from trees from around the property. So this is my cedar corner. There's so many mushrooms growing in there all the time. This is a strawberry patch that I made this year. So we'll be hoping those strawberries really branch out and multiply. I've got a little bit of lavender back here growing, so that'll bush out. I might stick another one over here probably. Lavender is just a dope thing to have around. Verona suck. I tried tobacco smoke this fall. Sub up, everyone. Yeah, I'd love if you guys could sub. We're pretty close. We're like 5 subs away from 4,000. So I'm going to hang out until I get there. Okay, folks, I don't really care what I talk about, but I'll just keep yammering and rambling. Yeah, we're literally 6 away right now. So if you're not subbed up, you could be the 4,000th sub, which that'd be dope for you, right? Anyways, just trying out this mobile unit I got going on now for my live stream, which I'm glad it's working. You guys are hanging out. Clearly it's coming through. So that's pretty much the backyard. I'm going to take y'all down one more time to visit my worms because I actually didn't quite finish up down there. If we got people hanging out, you guys love worms, right? Anybody else wants to pop up, hit that invite link. It's really great if I have somebody to hang out with. I love learning about what's going on out there in people's grows, and Crow showed up today and told us a whole bunch of really great stuff. That was awesome. And hey, man, we had Blunt Force Burner up. Guy has got shit dialed in here, and he's my neighbor, which is really dope. So we're making connections, we're hanging out. It's wonderful. Let me see if I can just grab my. All right. Don't know what you guys are up to tonight. I might I have to eat one of these cookies I got from the can affair that I was at yesterday. Got work tomorrow, but nothing tonight. Okay, let's see if we can get downstairs without losing y'all. Probably gonna lose you guys for a split set going downstairs, but it always pops back on. Got these new internet hubs all over the place, so they actually do a pretty good job of casting the signals into the far reaches of everything here. Show you guys this indoor grow real quick. You missed it the first time. Let me get under here. I had a big spill of fertilizer the other day down here, which got caught on my plastic. So yeah, here we go. This is my indoor. This was really just to sample what we got. All right, we got another subscriber. We're 5 away now, folks. This was just a sample, the outdoor, really. I had a bunch of plants I'd started with from seed, and this was just one I didn't really find a home for. So the buds on it are really nice. They're quite dense, very cushy kind of looking. Try to get a little close-up action. All right. So yeah, that's what they look like. Really, really dense. Like even this top bud, just touching it, I can feel it's like rock hard. And you know, they're not huge buds, but I don't really mind that because I get really paranoid about bud rot and all that stuff. But they're looking nice, frosty. Definitely some good weight on them too. They're all kind of flopping down, which I've been staking some of them up, the ones that are bigger. And yeah, they're looking really nice though. Have a pretty strong fan on them, which not everybody's cup of tea to have that fan going, but I just am paranoid about mildew. We're having some fluctuating temperatures and humidity levels, so the fans give me some amount of stress relief, knowing that they are going to be moving that air around a lot. So right now we're good though. We're at like 75 on the temperature, and we're at 48 on the humidity. So totally fine right now. Probably could even turn some of the fans down, but I don't think it's hurting them much. I've just started flushing them a bit. I mean, I know I don't really have to flush them too much. It's all organic, but getting them pretty soaked, especially because the humidity's been down, so it's been easy to water them. Got 2 weeks left on them. So realistically, just water the whole way out here. I was talking about it earlier in the stream. You know, I think my life in the soil is pretty bumping, so I'm not sure I need to add a bunch of sugars because there's still probably a lot of life in there from the worm castings. But that being said, I did give them a little bit of sugar with the last water, a little molasses, and I will do that probably each time. Maybe not every time, but just to give the microbes a little bit of something to chew on as I'm flushing them. But yeah, it's looking great. I'm anticipating a couple ounces, and it's actually kind of cool because I've never really grown something outside with having grown something the same thing inside right before, and it's given me a pretty good idea of what I'm going to be getting into. I'm a little bit concerned about bud rot because these buds are so dense, and outdoors, that's where, you know, those things become an issue. So that might be a big issue for us, but we'll see. I'm going to be on the preventative stuff, the mitigation type activities to make it best case scenario. But that might be something to look out for because these buds are dense. They're not huge though, so that's kind of good. Hoping the buds will be kind of like this outside, just sort of spread out and nothing massive that's going to attract bud rot. Hasn't been a huge mildew problem at all indoors, but usually that's not the case. So yeah, it's been cool to kind of check it out ahead of time. I probably would do something similar to this in the future. especially if I'm trying out new strains. I've already kind of figured out which ones I like here. And yeah, okay. So I will show you guys a bit more worming. Oh, thanks, Crow, for giving me a shout out, man. That's so dope. Cool, man. I'll show you guys these worms one more time. Getting pretty close to our goal here, folks. 5 away, 5 subs away. All right. Just I keep this area in plastic so that I can run an AC in there, and I can control the temperature. Should probably actually turn it on right now. Okay, so these ones are basically fed. So the last one I got to feed is that little guy. So for the little one, I'm going to just do a little bit of beer grains. So I'll show you that. Okay, sure. So this is a bin that's a month old, and I start these bins with 100 worms, and I put a bunch of castings in with the bedding that I start them with, which is this just paper, and it's dry in some areas, but it's really wet in the middle. So this will need a little bit of water as well. But essentially, yeah, that's that bin. I'm just gonna grab my bucket of food here. So give me a sec. My basement is a bit of a construction zone, so keep that in mind. Okay, so got this. Doing this stuff with one hand is harder than you all think. I got a laptop, a mic stand, and the camera. If you're wondering what happened to my ceiling, I had a leak 2 years ago in my bathroom upstairs. So it destroyed a bunch of my drywall down here. And I just had to take it out. And because I don't really live down here, it's just a wormhole. I haven't really done much to fix it yet. But I am going to be redoing this whole basement eventually. So I'll grab a handful of this. Just pop it in there. All right, so here is the beer grains I just popped in. Just gonna fold this stuff over it. This is looking pretty good. So now they're fed. Put this back on top. This is a plastic bit that you need to just keep the humidity in. And I will actually just add water to that straight up. I'm just gonna throw a couple cups of water in there, and that one's completely done. So now we've got all the worm bins fed, and this one was the one we just fed completely. But if you weren't here, I'll show you kind of what this one looks like. So this is like completely done castings right now. You see some flies in here. They're composting companions, though. They're nothing bad. Let's check this out. Babies like you wouldn't believe. Let me see if I can do a zoom in on this. Bingo. So those are the babies in there. You can see there's thousands of them. I mean, you can imagine how many there are in this bin if I just picked up a random clump, and you can see them all. So you see the little white squiggles, those are the babies, but then you see the little white dots that are crawling a little bit around. Those are called springtails, and they're all a part of the composting equation. They're not bad at all. There's no mites in here. Mites are introduced when you get the pH down below 6 or 5 accidentally because you're adding too many things that are acidic. And so there's nothing in here that would actually harm the worms. Mites would harm them, but these springtails work in tandem with them. So this is just done castings. So my job now is to get all of these castings out of here and get them into tote bins like this. And once I get them in the tote bins, I feed these traps. And those traps are where the worms are going to go into. And so I'll just take a little bit of food, pop it in there, and then cover it up a little bit. Basically just cover that up now. I got the beer grains in there, throwing in just some castings on top so they can get in there. I'll give it a little bit of a stir. And now they are just going to go in there. And every week I can just pull this out and put those worms into that bin. And within a few weeks, like a couple weeks, few weeks, this thing will be completely worm free. I could fill this all the way to the top and do this. I was just in a bit of a rush yesterday. This is as far as I got. So probably about 7 or 8 of these will be filled, and I'll have 7 or 8 bins filled with worm castings that are ready to go, filled with life, ready to blow up the garden. And yeah, it's nice castings. These are a little bit more dense than I was using this year on my garden, but this is sort of my like winter mix because I'm not growing in it. This is more for like top dressing things. When I'm trying to grow and stuff, I'm using a different kind of casting that's beer grain kind of derived stuff so that you can mix it at a higher rate into your garden. I hate buying soil. It's terrible. That's the results of the greatest worm orgy ever. It absolutely is. There was cannabis involved. There was beer grains involved. These worms were getting wild. When worms gone wild is what this was all about. So yeah, that's the worm situation, and the indoor grow situation, and the outdoor grow situation. So yeah, I've basically given you guys the full tour. But and then this is the bin we started today, or yesterday rather. So this is going to be added to that shelving unit that I just showed you where that other bin is. And it's staggered by a month. So I just got to put the date on it. And then I will know in like 6 months that that one's pretty much done, filled with adults, and we can sell them. I usually sell my worms just on Kijiji or whatever you guys have locally on Craigslist or what have you. And it's a great place to meet people. People come by. It's always these heady gardening people, and it's always fun. And we have great conversations, and I end up making really great connections with people that I end up talking to for years. So worm farming is more than just a hobby or passion. It's like a way for me to connect with people who I otherwise wouldn't know. That's why I love this YouTube stuff so much. People are just coming out of the woodwork who I never would have met before. All right, so we're down to 4 people. We still got 4 people, but that's good. Does anybody want to hop up here? All right, we might be 42 minutes. That's the longest I have ever live streamed for. So if anybody's been here the whole time, you're a legend at the wormhole. Not sure we're going to hit our goal here of 5 more subs, unfortunately, but we're close. Got 5 people out there. Hope you guys are all doing well today. I just got to wash my hands, okay? And then I'll be right back. Still with me. Nice. 5 people. Let's go. Who's still in the group? Are we still got you, Raymond? You still with us? You want to pop up here, Raymond? I'd love to chat with you, man. I don't care what you got growing on. We'll just chat about whatever. Thank you, Crow. Love you, man. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. I love that you post about that, and we will always do the same. If you got an idea you want to share with the world, I'm your guy. Got my own crazy business ideas too, but we'll save those for a private conversation. All right, we're moving along here, folks. So people down in the States dealing with the seed ban, I didn't really realize what the context was. If you're coming in from a place and you are scared about the seed ban, I'm curious what you're going to do. Sounds like it will be harder to get, but not impossible. I'm curious if people are worried about the effect it's going to have on access to seeds or anything, and what people are doing. If you guys were here on Friday night, we met with Moonbeam Charles, who's a breeder out of northern British Columbia. He's got a really cool channel, Moonbeam Charles, all about breeding and just enjoying his 50-acre property in northern British Columbia. When I say northern British Columbia, I mean northern British Columbia. This place is far out, and he is figured out ways to breed strains of seeds that finish really quickly. So mixes of autos and photos. So he's figured it out. And it was really cool chatting with him about it. It's not only talking to a breeder in some, ideal place to grow. He's talking about breeding in places where you really have to have an output that's going to work for the environment. So that was really cool, and he's kind of got piqued my interest, and so I will be dabbling. He's going to be sending me some cool stuff. He's got his own silver maker, so we talked to him about that. If you guys want to check out that live from Friday, we went in depth on all his breeding techniques and everything he does. But I bought this silver colloidal many years ago for this purpose, and I was unsuccessful at pulling it off. But he gave me the confidence that I can do this. He's going to send me his own silver colloidal that he makes. Maybe it's not silver colloidal, it's something else, but it's same thing basically. He's also going to send me some of his strains, so I'll be growing those out. Thinking of doing them for my outdoor grow next year, for my guerrilla outdoor grow. It'd be cool to test out some things that finish early, especially because we're working in an environment that is super wet. So it could be cool for the swamp grow. Okay, here we go. Pollen chucking and turning back. Let me put this up on thing. So pollen chucking and turning to the black market clones might be the new seeds, but personally, I don't use clones compared to seeds. They simply lack genetic diversity. It's a good point, man. So are you stocking up on your seeds? Any chance you want to hop up here, man? I'd love to chat with you in person, man. I'll throw the thing down in the link, or the link down in the group chat here. I'm curious what y'all are thinking about down there in the States with seeds. I'm going to be making my own, but those can't cross borders, I don't think. So I'll be doing the silver colloidal method. And hoping for good results there. And then if that works, I'm going to try to cross those. So it's a thin mint with the bubblegum kush, which I haven't had. Well, I've had a lot of kush. I've done a lot of purple kush. I don't know how this one's going to grow, but I assume it's going to be somewhat similar. But either way, I have the downstairs grow going on to see that. The thin mint I have grown sort of before. I did a mint cookies like a few years ago. I didn't do a great job on that grow though. I was going through some personal stuff, I guess you could say, and it ended up herming on me. I think I wasn't watering it. There was lights going on around it at nighttime, so it didn't do great. But so I'm curious to see how that one will do, and maybe a cross would be cool. I don't know. What do you guys think? Thin mint cross with bubblegum kush. Either way, I'm also going to keep those separate, so I'll just have those as starting seeds, and then we'll see where we go. I think it's a fun project, though. I'm into projects. I'm into all sorts of random hobbies like that, so why not throw one more in the mix? Cool. So yeah, if you guys missed that, check that out. Check out his channel. What else I got here? Yeah, thanks to everybody for subbing up. If you did today, that's great. We're so darn close. I'm hoping now that we're getting all these people coming, I'm going to get a map for the back wall here. And we're going to put up all the spots where we check in with people. So we got Minnesota, we've got Northern BC, we've got Australia now, and we've got Ontario. So we're starting to grow, and I'd love to see some more dots on this map that we're going to put up. I like traveling, so this is making me feel like I get to travel for free. Just go see people's little zones. I love geography. I love learning about what's going on in people's areas. So if you're living in a place and it's super dope out and it's nice, just hop up in here, man. I want to see your garden or where you live. I want to see where you live. I don't care where you live, but I want to see your garden and the landscape. And if you got a garden, dope. You got some indoor plants you want to show me? Even cooler. Worm farms, bee farms, got an ant farm. I'll check it out. Appreciate you guys checking all this out. I'm also trying to dabble into candy making. So I've got this honeybee hive out back now. Got lots of honey. Anybody got any recipes or ideas on how to turn honey into edibles? That is a thing that I am trying to learn. So if anybody knows anything about making edibles and wants to help me out with that, that'd be dope. Yeah, that's pretty much all I got. I've been rambling for almost 4 hours here, so I feel like I'm going to have to shut her down, folks. Talk for 4 hours. You run out of things to say. It's really nice having Crow up. Man, that guy had a lot to say about a lot of different topics, and that was super dope. Such a passionate dude for the growing craft. I love that. Love to see that childish or not childish, you know what I mean? Childlike enthusiasm for something. He's not jaded on it. He's been doing it for a while. He's given to his community, which that's awesome. I'm actually going to see if I can maybe give some of this honey away. I recently bought some seeds from Strainly. It actually came from Canada, roughly 50. That's what I'm working on now. I will definitely hop on another day. No problem, man. That's great. So with the 50 seeds, are you actually trying to do some breeding, or are you just getting 50 seeds just to have in your seed bank collection? And you got, I would imagine with 50 seeds, you got a bunch of varieties. So maybe you got like 10 different kinds or something. It's cool, man. Yeah, well, I typically try to buy all my seeds local here. There's at least 4 or 5 companies in and around Ontario that make seeds for this climate, which I really appreciate because at least somebody's gone through the testing and figuring out the amount of times I've gone through the internet to try to find lists of things that would grow. It never really is perfect. You know, you try them out and then they just don't really work out. So I love going with people local, or at least going and finding out what people have done locally and have been successful at. That's typically what I do. And then now that I'm making these seeds, maybe I'll be able to kind of even dial some of that back, and just the ones that work out well, I'll breed. My goal is to turn my indoor grow this year. So I have a whole set of clones going right now in the kitchen, maybe 12 of them. And they're all from the same 2 plants. So I'm just doing that just in case a bunch die. And I got a cat that's probably going to eat at least 3 of them on the counter there. So we're going to take 1 of each and maybe 2 of each, grow them out just to have like some backups in case anything goes sideways. And I'm going to do the silver colloidal method. Moonbeam Charles is going to send me some of his homemade stuff. And yeah, we're going to go from there. Maybe I'll cross some stuff with his stuff. He's got all this early auto kind of finish stuff. Maybe it'd be a cool little experiment. So we're going to get into it. And in exchange, I'm sending him honey. And if you live in Canada, I can send you honey. And if you're just in this channel, that's probably enough for me to send you some money. Perhaps you could pay for the shipping fees and whatnot, but I will send you a jar of honey. We will be hopefully harvesting some within the next couple months. No, popped all of them, 7 different strains, and mostly land races because I'm tired of the runts genetics and what's in circulation, aiming to pollinate 30 and keep the rest for bud. Oh, okay. So you're looking to make seeds. Okay. Are you going to cross them with each other? Or are you going to just do keeping them separate? Like, you know, pollinating themselves with the silver colloidal method. Cool, man. Yeah. So those people that don't know, TJ Massa is the guy who encouraged me to keep these plants out back, the ones in the corner. And technically his plants. So if he was, he's the only reason they're still alive. So I thank you for that, man. And make hash and edibles with most of the seeded weed and hopefully get through November without stressing too much. Yeah. I feel you there, man. Cool. So you kind of seed it all and then you just make a bunch of hash. Is that what you're saying? Super cool, man. I think you told me where you were coming in from, and I'm so sorry if I forgot. Where are you coming in from? It wasn't the Washington person. That was somebody else. Yeah, I don't see it here at the beginning, but yeah, I think you told me where you were coming in from. Anyways, man, super cool. Love to have you in here all the time. I'm glad you stuck with us from the beginning there. We started it, honestly. The story as how it goes is I posted videos 3 years ago. I had 4 videos up on the channel, and one of the videos it just did really well on the search engine. And honestly, looking back at it, I don't even know if I agree with what I was saying. You know? But it continues to this day to drag in like 250 views. And I checked in after 3 years of not having been on YouTube in March 25th. I got home from a trip and I saw something on my YouTube notifications. I'm like, oh, what the hell is that? Just watch YouTube. I don't do anything here. And I was like, oh shit, I have 25 subscribers. It was like 90% from this one video on stretching. And basically, I mean, the basis of the video is just like when you got a little start and it's stretching, I always just put soil up against the stem and bury it. And it always works out. You know, if you try to do that too late in the plant cycle, then it's not really going to work and you're getting into stem rot. But when they're really small and they just start stretching, I just bury them and that's fine. And I was coming at it from the perspective of somebody who maybe doesn't have access to a powerful enough full spectrum light. Like somebody might be growing in their window who's going to inevitably get the stretching. And that's like 90% of people that start and they do it in the window. So it was kind of targeted at those people. But anyways, like that video just took off and it still does really well to this day. So I came in March and I had 25 subscribers. And then I just did a few things. And then it was till I did the swamp stuff that people really started coming in. But it's been a ride and I really appreciate everybody coming in. We're like on the cusp of 4,000 right now. And yeah, we're really hung up on 5 left to go, but that's amazing that we got here. Tommy boy, come on, Tommy boy, hop up here, bud. We want to chat with you, man. I got to meet you. Tommy boy is a long time subscriber as far as the history of this channel. And he's been there through thick and thin. So I'd love if you could pop up here, Tommy boy, if you want. I'm kind of running out of things to vamp on here, man. So you could help me out. So yeah, it was crazy coming into this and then having all these people show up and be really supportive. And there's been a lot of people who've given some really great criticism too and great feedback. A lot of good stuff. I was just saying TJ Massa, he's like really the reason those plants out back survived. And I've been trying really hard to make sure that I take the feedback from the community because I know I have 12, 13, 14 years of experience or so. But I certainly don't know everything. Holy smokes, I don't know half as much of the people that are subscribed to my channels know. So it's been really helpful learning from people, getting feedback. Sometimes people give you pretty aggressive feedback. And I most of the time appreciate that as well, honestly, because you don't want to sugarcoat it. We got a guy in the channel named this is not aggressive feedback, but Dog Pro Wilhelm, and he's been really helpful. He's given me really good tips. He's kind of struck the perfect balance of being helpful in his feedback, but also making sure it's not too harsh. And then there's been other people who've just kind of come in and like trolled and now I kick some of those people out. But for the most part, it's been really positive. And for the record, I would not kick anybody out of this community for merely criticizing me. It's not so much that. But if you come in and you have a tone of know-it-allery, is the way I would summarize it, or really just trying to say things to cause a reaction, that's not really something I want to promote. I want people to come in here and feel comfortable. No problem, Tommy boy. Thank you for stopping in, man. We always appreciate a Tommy boy visit. Tommy boy is a very funny dude. He's got some of the greatest comments we have in the group, in the channel. I've come out of Tommy boy's mouth. So good job, Tommy boy. Thanks for dropping a like, man. I love that. Appreciate you guys so much. A well-pollinated branch is more than enough seeds. There's no need to pollinate full plants. Yeah, bag them branches. That is what Moonbeam Charles suggested last night. Is just bag them plants up once you see those pollen sacs. And I think I'm going to try a couple things. I'm probably going to try to collect some of that pollen. I think I might actually do most of this indoors, so I don't even have to like worry about it. I'm going to make the grow room just purely a pollination zone, but I might still try to keep them separate because obviously I want to be able to isolate them. So I might do them one at a time. But anyways, yeah, so that is the plan, is to keep them going. But yeah, I'm expecting, does anybody, so the question I have, because I haven't grown seeds, what are the maturation stages of the seed and how long does it take? I'm going to look that up while I'm here. Okay, let's check this out. This is talking about not seeds. What the hell? Six to 8 weeks. Okay, Sam's okay. It takes 6 to 8 weeks, about 42 to 56 days for a cannabis seed to fully form and ripen on a female plant after successful pollination. Interesting. So almost the full bloom cycle with give or take a little bit of time. So you have, you basically got to get them through the full cycle, I guess. If you mean growing, seed development stage, pollination. Male pollen lands on a female flower's pistils, fertilizing the oval. Early formation. The white hairs turn brown, orange, and the green calyx seed pod starts swelling as a tiny seed forms inside. Hardening and filling. The seed coat begins to change color, getting molted or brownish. And the inside fills with food reserves for future sprouting. That is so cool. Ripening. Weeks 6 to 8. Seeds turn dark brown or gray, become hard to the touch, and easily drop out or rattle in their pods when fully mature. Wow. That is cool. So that's what we have to look forward to. Right. Let's see what we got here. Busy with the family. Yeah. Well, pollinated branch is more than enough. Yeah. Token Pirate Raccoon. Guys, I love this guy's name. Love what you're doing. Let's put it up. Love what you're doing and learning about the worms. Check out Blunt Force Burner. He's an outdoor grower, really knows what he's doing. Definitely check him out. Well, I'll have you know, Token Pirate Raccoon, I am a huge fan of Blunt Force Burner. If you guys are not subbed to his page, check out Blunt Force Burner. Check out Token Pirate Raccoon too while you're at it. But yeah, Blunt Force Burner is organized to the T, and his plants are awesome. He's actually in Ontario here with me. He's pretty close by. We're about a half hour away from one another, believe it or not. And he actually came up on the show today for about a half hour. So if you missed that, you can go back and check it out. He was up showing us his grow, talking about his techniques, all of the things that he does throughout the whole season, what he does before the season, what he does mid-season, flower, after it all ends, how he makes hash, which is a really interesting, unique way that I hadn't heard of before. Basically, like dry sifts it all, and then he melts it down, and then he adds more keef to it. It seems like a whole process. But anywho, he is organized, and I really like his channel. So don't worry, dude. I am on it. Thanks for coming in, Token Pyro Raccoon. And yeah, man. I always talk worms. Worms is a big part of this channel. We just kind of wrapped up the worms, but I can always show you more worms if you want towards the end. Got worms everywhere, unfortunately. I've given a lot of people worms too, so. Appreciate you guys so much for coming in, following along. If you haven't subbed up, we're really close to 4,000. We're 5 away. So if you haven't, for whatever reason, I think everybody in here right now probably has subbed up. If you haven't, please do. We're doing the marathon sesh to try to get all the subs, but I'm kind of running out of things to talk about, guys. I'm not going to lie. I can ramble. Rambling for hours is a tough one. yeah, one of the dreams we have for the show is to come go on the road. So we have we're eyeing up some trailers right now. We're trying to get a tent trailer, which would be wicked because then we could just go out, come down to the States, visit you guys at your house, and see what you guys are all up to. And I mostly work from home, so I can actually work kind of on the road. So my dream right now over the next year is to get into that and get a nice tent trailer, fix it up, maybe go out on the road for a bit. Don't know how I'll look after the garden in my absence, but we could do little trips. So we want to connect with you guys. We want to find the community that that is into this kind of stuff. Learning from each other, sharing tips, sharing tricks, anything we can do. Going to be doing some stuff coming up on honey and alcoholic drinks. My partner, the sergeant herself, Sergeant Wormhole, she is a bartender, hobby bartender, I guess you could say at this point. She used to do it professionally, but she's moved on to other things. And she's a big driver behind the bee farm. She's the reason we got it. She's a big reason why we have this channel to begin with. Shout out Sam. Actually, the sergeant. I should call her secret name. She's been a huge reason why we got this thing going, and was all about the videography off the top and all the little gifs and stickers and stuff. Anyways, she's in love with the bees. She wants to turn the bees harvest into some awesome alcoholic drinks, but we also want to do alcoholic cannabis infused drinks. So we'll be getting into that in the next couple months as we start harvesting cannabis and making some cool edibles. And if you're friends of ours in Canada, we'll love to share. So it seems like most of the people that I have in this channel are not from Canada, but we got a few people definitely in Ontario, and I got a few people in BC we follow. But I want to show you guys my mic stand I made today. So this is my new invention for the podcast, or whatever we're calling this, the show. Just a branch from the backyard. Got a fence post on it. I cut a piece of this silicone caulking thing off so I can slip my camera into there. So now I can go mobile and I have a proper mic. The mic doesn't get unplugged anymore. Every time I unplug the mic, chaos breaks out at the wormhole. So we're not going to be doing that. You guys are still hanging out? I'll still hang out. Why not? All depends on variety. Yes, as far as what were we talking about? We were talking about breeding. I think that's what we were talking about. Cool. Raymond, what are you guys what are you growing right now out there? I think you maybe told me, but what kind of plants you growing? What are y'all growing? I'd be curious to see what kind of things you're growing. I'm gonna read the Thin Mint because I haven't read it in a while. Gonna turn some music on. Make this a bit of a party, folks. Come on, speaker. Okay, get some music on. What do you guys want to listen to? I'm thinking of some Grateful Dead. Does that suit the vibe? All right, what do we got here? Oh man, thank you, Raymond, for coming out, man. Always a blast. He was up on my buddy's show just now too. Oh, dope. What's your buddy's show? That's awesome, man. Yeah, he's getting out there. He's definitely clever. He knows what he's doing. Blunt force burner is not to be messed with. He's got it all figured out. See if we get some tunes going on. For the people who've been hanging out this whole time, my God, well done. I don't know if I'd stick around this long, so I appreciate you. I don't know. That's coming through on the sound, folks. Love that you called me Wormy. All right. What else we got to talk about here, folks? I've honestly really been loving interviewing people. I haven't had I've only done a few of them now, but it's really cool to like get all this knowledge from people. You know, when the internet came out, you just realize, hey, I can just soak up anything I want from anybody in the world right now and just learn things. And doing the interviews is really a quick way to learn everything you need to learn. I really am very quite interested in the breeding. I'm interested in all the techniques people are doing out there, and I can just shortcut it by talking to you guys directly. It's helping me out immensely. So yeah, for people that don't know, we'll be going up to the swamp tomorrow. So I might even actually try to go live from the swamp just to try it out. If anybody is interested in that, let me know. I know it's an interesting place for people. The swamp. Every time I go up, people seem to be a little bit interested in those videos. So I will be posting probably a long form video tomorrow on that topic, just getting out there and seeing what happened. I'm assuming the plants are doing pretty well. They were dark green when I left last time, just kind of finishing up the veg cycle. And so I'm assuming they're kind of getting set up for flower right now. I had put a trellis on them, and they were just getting into the trellis. So we got a lot of good support there. No real visits from raccoons or deer or anything. You know, all the people worried about that. I got a camera on the plants, and I haven't seen a thing. It's been months now, and yeah, I'm just looking at the update now. Last time it triggered was when I was up there last. Not a single animal has passed the plants in 2 weeks. So anybody worried about deer, you don't got much to worry about. I actually wish there was some deer because that'd be really good content. When I posted that one video of the deer that we had, it was popular. And he didn't touch the plants. So I was like, you can hang out. I was actually thinking about leaving him some food so that somebody might show up, but probably don't want to encourage them to come by. So anyways, going up tomorrow, I'll check that out. The work we got to do on the plant is mostly just lollipopping more, getting the leaves trimmed up, making sure that the surrounding area around the plant is totally cleaned up, because that is where all the mildew and the problems are going to arise, is if I don't clear up around the plant. I'm pretty sure if I get a good airflow going through, and this plant's done by the middle of September or late September, I might get away. It really doesn't rain too much until it hits October, and then you're into some pretty terrible weather up in that part of the world. If you all are wondering where the swamp grow is, up in Muskoka. Muskoka is a huge area, so I'm not worried about telling you it's in Muskoka, but huge area. It's so much water around there. One of the most beautiful places in the world. It's all on the Canadian Shield. So if you don't know what the Canadian Shield is, basically the Canadian Shield is glaciers came through these areas and just ripped everything out down to the bedrock. So all of the lakes around there are all just glacial created lakes, and it's all bedrock on the shoreline. So the lakes are basically just basins between all of the bedrock. So it's, you dig down anywhere there more than 3 or 4 feet, or not 3 or 4 feet, maybe 2 feet, and you're hitting bedrock for the most part. And most of the places is actually just bedrock right on the soil. So it's a beautiful, beautiful place to be. Honestly, it's unbelievable. Check it out. Muskoka, Canada. Canadian Shield. The pine trees literally grow right out of the rocks. They make cracks in the bedrock, but they'll literally grow anywhere. You'll see some really cool things. No soil, just like straight up growing on the side of cliffs. Pine trees are very, very resilient trees. So the whole landscape is all that, and then all the trees are windswept. This what they call Krummholz is the type of wood. It's this German word for twisted wood. So you see these pine trees, and they look like all of the branches are swept to the one side. And that's called Krumholtz. So basically, it's like a look to the trees. They look super trippy. You see it a lot on the West Coast when you see the trees that are like windswept. And so, for instance, what's it called? The Group of Seven, the artists from Ontario. They did a lot of their work based on these windswept Krumholtz trees. So that's what Muskoka is. That swamp is like way kind of back in the woods, away from the main area, lake area. But same thing. If you dig down there, there's tons of those, lots of glacial erratics everywhere. So those are those big boulders you find in the middle of the woods. But there's bedrock showing everywhere, and this bedrock is 4 billion years old. It's been scraped down that far that it's actually like igneous rock from 4 billion years ago. So this is some of the oldest rock in the world you're going to find is in Ontario in these areas. So Canadian Shield, Muskoka, check it out. That's where we're growing. If you're ever in the area, you want to come hang out, I'd love to show you around, show you the grow. Maybe I'd show you the grow. We'll put a blindfold on you and take you out there. I'm not really worried about anybody finding it, honestly, because like I don't really need the cannabis per se. But I do like telling people about cannabis and showing them what I'm doing. So mostly I don't want the weed to get stolen for that reason. It's on a private property though. All y'all thinking it's some kind of illegal thing. I have a friend's property up there that borders on this swamp. And so for the most part, I'm not really worried about anybody taking it. He has people walking through his property all the time that could be there for any reason. He's got 85 acres. So realistically, somebody could find it and take it, but it's not in a place where I'd have to worry about police or anything like that. So anyways, it's a cool grow. If you guys haven't checked out the swamp grow, and I have some ideas for next year. So my next year plan is to do grow on a beaver dam. So Moonbeam Charles, shout out him. That was his thing that he did, beaver dam grow. So I'll be doing that next year, and I'm probably going to use one of his seeds for that grow. So it'll be like a really short grow. I'll just stick it on there and see what we can pull up. I got a few beaver dams I can think of that might be appropriate for the mission at hand. So that'll be one of my outdoor guerrilla grows next year. My other one I want to do is, again, I was telling you about this Canadian Shield thing. So where we live up in that area, it's my parents' area that they live. I live down in a Hamilton. But in that area, you know, it's tall pine trees. We got trees that are 100 years old, 200 years old, and they're tall pine trees. So the challenge we face in that growing area is that most people don't have fields to grow in. We're completely surrounded by trees. So it was kind of what necessitated the swamp grow, was that I had to get out in the open where the sun was going to hit. And so in that swamp, I get like sun from first part of the day, whatever it is, like right on the horizon, right to the end of the day. So it's perfect for sun. Yes, we have a lot of moisture there, which is great for watering the plants, but obviously it brings up the problem of too much moisture. But with the sun being what it does, it helps with the mildew, because it's really just the morning time dew that creates the powdery mildew for us. So with that sun coming up right at the beginning of the day, and the plants, if you get them up high enough, you get a little bit of turbulence going every day. And my hope is that they're going to stay dry. And like I say, I've done this grow once before, exactly the same. And it was actually a foot or two lower into the profile of like the swamp, because I'm doing this grow on top of that grow. So it's this one. So the last time I did it, no mildew. And it was harvested in beginning of October. It was in Northern Lights. I got 10 ounces. I planted it, and I only visited it 5 times the whole summer. And that included the planting and the harvesting. I just went and checked it out, and I pretty much did nothing. So this year is a little bit more intentional. I started a little bit later. I don't expect to have much more than like 10 ounces to a pound. But I have a much better setup this time, and that I have like the nice pots, and I got the 2 situations. The first time I did it, just had the 1. So anyways, I'm going to do that again next year. But my other grow idea is I'm going to find one of these Canadian Shield outcroppings where it's just all rocks. So sometimes you go through the middle of the woods there, and it's just big trees everywhere, big trees. And then you find these outcroppings of rock that are just basically flat rock, and there's nothing growing on it because nothing can grow on it. There's no soil on it. There's nothing. There's only maybe juniper bushes or like some some berries or something growing. And so I have one of those I found. In fact, it's in one of the Swamp Chronicles videos on the long form. I think it's the second Swamp Chronicle video. We come across this berry patch in the middle of the woods. And so my plan is to go back to that berry patch, which is already great because there's going to be free raspberries there. So I'm going to go back there. I'm going to build one of these log cabin planter boxes right kind of in the middle, or at least where the sun's going to be catching it all the time. And I'm going to put water catchers behind the plant so that there's like a bit of a hill there. So I'm going to make some water catchers, like some bus bins, and set them up. So I'll have like maybe 8 or 9 of those. And I'm going to plumb those with little spigots into a barrel that's going to be downhill from that. So they're going to be constantly collecting water. Whenever it rains, they'll fill the barrel up. And then off the barrel, I'm going to have a drip line that goes onto the plant, just solely dedicated to the one plant. And it's going to be a really slow drip. Whatever the rate is I need to drip it on to just keep that barrel basically always having water in it. I'm going to dial it in. And we're going to get a cool, like, slow drip plant going on. Same deal, all organic, worm castings, forest kind of stuff. Just trying to keep it so that we're not making a big impact on the environment wherever we go. And yeah, that's the plan for next year. So we'll expand our guerrilla growing. If you guys are interested in guerrilla growing, there's a couple of channels I'd highly recommend. One I posted earlier was this guy, NorCal Greenish Thumb. He's got a greenish thumb. He's got a stream grow going on, and check it out. It is huge. He's got like at least a 1 to 2 pound plant growing out of the stream, and it's just basically a hydro setup. He's got it in Rubbermaid bins. Each plant in these big Rubbermaid bins sitting in the stream, but they're elevated just a bit. But you can see all the roots growing down, and his property is beautiful. He said he's been working it for years, dialing it in, and the work shows. So check him out. He's a very interesting guy to follow. Trying to get him up here too, but he's too much of an old man apparently to deal with the technology, which I understand because I'm in the same boat. Yeah, anyway, so yeah, we got lots of plans for the channel. Gonna do a lot more interviews. I was telling people at the beginning of this stream, we went to Cannacrawl yesterday here in Hamilton, which is like a vendor kind of conference type thing for weed people, and met a bunch of people in our area who are doing really interesting stuff. So got some people who gave us some edibles, got all sorts of cool stuff. We met some glass blowers. We're going to come up. So I'm hoping next Friday, we're going to have one of these glass blowers up to do a little demo for us. And one of the glass blowers said we could come to their studio and do like a live glass blowing session, which is one of those hobbies I would get into, but it's just going to be too much of a wormhole for me. I tend to dive way too far into these things, and so I don't need any more hobbies. I'll go and make glass pipes with this dude, though, if he wants to make glass pipes. But they make really cool stuff. I don't have their names. Master Glass is one of them, and the other guy was like Dave. But obviously, we'll hype him up on the day of when we're doing it. Right on, man. Well, I honestly think I might wrap up right now. I'm kind of running out of my banter, and I don't want to leave you guys with some low-tier banter. So I'm going to quit while I got a few of you here. But I'm going to say thank you to everybody. Token Pirate Raccoon, thank you for coming in, man. And thank you for the nice comments you said. Appreciate the love. Raymond, who's already peaced out, appreciate you, man. Whoever else is hanging out there, Tommy Boy, really appreciate you popping in, man. Always love to hear good Tommy Boy pop in. TJ Massa, big fan of yours, man. So thanks for all the help and your guidance, giving me some good tips on keeping those plants out back. We had Crow up today, Krogergan. If you guys want, check out his channel. He's got some really cool things going on out there. He's really generous too with all his vegetables, gives them out to the community. So I appreciate everybody that came out. I'm not going to go too much further back. Ramul came in for a bit, man. Appreciate you. Visible Farms, Pilgor. I'm going to be checking out your channel. Really dope. We have light depth geothermal greenhouse. Oh, I wish I asked you about that because that sounds really cool. We also had some other people pop in. Moonbeam Charles made a little appearance, which is dope. So thank you guys all. Unknown. That was another person that popped in. I love all you guys. Really appreciate all the support. We are chugging away here on our way to 4,000 subs. If you didn't sub up, if you could do that, we're just so tantalizingly close to the 4,000 subs. I'm not usually much to self-promote, but we couldn't be any closer. You could be the 4,000 per sub if you subbed up. So appreciate you guys. And yeah, I'm going to call it there, man. Have a great night, everybody. Okay.